live over there. Let's booting up here. So yeah, we're ready to rock here. How's you guys' day so far? How was your day? How was your day? I guess we start off the proper way. How's everybody's day?
Everything was good.
Solid, solid.
Fine. How about yours, Open? Know you was making the bag today.
Busy as always. Running errands and day-to-day care, meetings and appointments and the usual, trying to multitask and live a life as a trader, right? I joke sometimes to my but I was like, if I ain't have any distractions, I could really rock out, right? She's like, what are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying then, sir? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Let me go back to my cubby hole. Let me go back down to the dungeon. All right. I enjoy it though, because it teaches us how to, again, to be very, as we say, you have to be great at multitasking, right? Learn how to keep a train of thought amongst many distractions, right? And that's kind of like one of the prerequisites to this. Why? Because we realize that there's a lot of moving parts to this, and you're trying to remember a lot of things and apply that to some kind of form of a strategy when you're looking at the market, right? Again, we know the kind of the downcast aspect of that. You got the indice or the exchange, and you got your sectors or industry, right? Sub-industry, subsectors, or whatever. Best in breed, second breed, third, fourth, whoever down that line from that tier. There's a lot that goes into that. Then, of course, our basic rubric is technical analysis, fundamental analysis, investor sentiment, or price action, right? Categorically, we kind of put it in that tier. Now you can mix and match, of course. There's things that happen and stocks run just because pumps and dumps. There's technical breakouts. They are fundamental catalysts, right? They are things that move markets as well. Of course, we are in the midst of an earnings cycle that's been very prolific. Why? Because again, we spoke about the nature of being in a marketplace where, the ideal of inflation and all these different macroeconomic data points are starting to really wear on that, that armor of, buy the dip, right? Stunks only go up. Well, we're starting to realize that stunks don't always go up. Nothing that we already have not, known, because we are prepared to deal with the reality of the markets and not the, the somewhat of the cereal box crew, right? The cereal box crew, they just like, whatever, you put to the table, they're going to eat it. Right? They just kind of caught up in, the four of just, Saturday morning cartoons. And it's like, this is fun and games in a lot of ways. It's not, it's more to that, right? It's more to this, right? And so we are of the mindset that we're trying to never fall victim to attempting to force the market to just constantly be into our will, right? Ignoring the macroeconomics, the data points that signal, there's more to this market than, what some Wall Street analysts may have you to believe, some fund manager who has clients that they have to be indebted to in terms of keeping their cash, obviously liquid. For the most part, the ideal of just being in all cash is somewhat sacrilegious to these people. But we understand why, because again, their mandate is just like any business model, is to grow, client participation or revenue, however, right? But we know this market is not that kind of party, right? There are defensive moments in the market where you can move and rebalance, because we speak about that a lot too. The ability to rebalance, right? Restructure your portfolio, right? You might be heavy in one sector, one industry, and it may be time for you to swing that pendulum to the other side, right? If it's from growth to value, from value to momentum, or somewhere in between, right? Some sector that, may stand out, the best in a certain sector, right? And it just goes without saying that, this is a part of, being able to cast our nets wide, so we don't have a narrow view or scope of what this market really is. Now, the first part of learning how to invest and trade is that you're being taught and told that You should always invest in things that you have a passion for, that you like, or that you have a good use case with that particular product or service. Well, that may be true to a certain degree, but then I'll say this: we understand that just like industry changes that happen every 10 years, every decade. Well, we have those fluxes in the market through boom and bust cycles, right? We went through that with the subprime, lending crash that happened in 2008. Well, before that, housing market was booming, right? 2005, 2006, 2007, up until the crash, housing market was just booming. Everybody was buying houses, even Granny, right? Granny getting a $250,000 house, and she on Social Security, they only getting what, $2,000 a month, right? But yet still someone put an application in front of her, and she signed the dotted line thinking she was going to be okay until they hit her with them adjustable rate mortgages, right? Just ruin her, literally ruin her retirement. So again, as the saying goes, once we know better, we do better. And it becomes a part of our daily bread, if you will, when we say, we're trying to understand the idea of when they say, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, right? Now the market is always right until it what? Until it's wrong, right? Or in the aspect of it being wrong is when you're on the opposite side of the what? The trend. Because we do realize the markets are never what? Never wrong. Even though we know they're, it's being pulled from a lot of different places, right? You got these type of traders over here, these type of pockets of traders over there. Everybody's pulling on it, and they're trying to exact their will on it, right? On the marketplace. And the market just like, well, we're gonna find, hang out wherever the biggest, whoever has the biggest bag, we'll try to, at least accommodate those guys. It's essentially how this stuff works, right?
It can remain rational more than we can remain.
Right. And you was breaking up a little bit. Yeah, you breaking up over, Chris. It's pinging a little bit. But I'm guessing he said markets can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. I think that's what he was saying, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, that is 100% true. Markets can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. But for you, the trader, you cannot afford to continuously do the same thing over and over, expecting different results if it's not working for you, right? So at some point we have to pivot. At some point we have to re-strategize. At some point we have to restructure, right? And that's, that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. Why? Because, right, we realize, markets pivots, right? Markets do pivot, right? Of course they do, right? So yeah, it's sine waves, right? It peaks, it's troughs, it's expansion, it's contraction, right? There's divergence, right? There's convergence, right? There's a lot of things that comes into understanding the nature of how markets are moving, given said information that may be, bullish or bearish or somewhat neutral, right? And one side just has to overpower the other side, right? It becomes a game of brute force, right? When testing someone's resolve, so to speak, right? And so those things are great. Again, we use these different, tactics, techniques, and understandings to help shape our thesis, right? So, when we're looking at basically what we've been dealing with here over the past, I don't know, maybe so we'll just say from the beginning of the year, right? Just using this from the beginning of the year, right? Just going back to, as they say, when it all began, right? when it kicked off, right? And literally we came into the new year, right? 2022, literally at the what? Where do we come in 2022, guys? We came in literally at the what? What do y'all see up there? What do y'all see up here? What's going on up here? What's going on up here?
That was the peak of the market?
Right? We was at the top, right? We was at the peak, right? We came into the new year already at what? All-time highs. Ain't that something? You come in at the top, right? Imagine that. You get a little job when you come in and get, they move you from warehouse worker to a janitor to CEO in the same day. Well, wouldn't that be something, right? No, be so something must be wrong with this. Y'all set me up, right? But that's the reality, right? Because now everything from that point on seems to be, like you would only look up, from that perspective, you would think that there's nothing but, blue skies and, opportunity ahead of you right in this moment. Of course, for a lot of us who realize the power of, how markets are shaping out to be, or in this case, when we do hindsight or recon type of assessments, and that's why we do these training sessions, because it's not so much to, just come together to kind of pontificate about the market, but it's also to do structured recon, a structured reconnaissance to say, okay, where is the flow of money? Where has it, where did it come from? Where is it today? Where is it going tomorrow, right? We have our, past, present, and future, right? Integrated investor or trader has to be able to square those different ideologies within it, his or her repertoire, right? Whatever strategies you use, if you're option trading, if you're equity trader, if you're a momentum-based trader, if you're more growth-oriented, if you value, if you like stocks that pay good dividends, if you like, if you're a good technical-minded trader over that of more fundamental-based trader, whatever you use, right? But there's an underlying base case to this is that, again, we know that there's a buyer, there's a seller, right? There's a product, there's a service, right? That's it, right? That's what the markets are. Literally, the global markets as what we know it to be on a ubiquitous level. There's buyers, there's sellers, then there's a product, and there's a service in the discussion. That's any business model that you put forth into fruition. That's a base case that you're going to deal with, right? And so every business model has its own, nuances in what they do, what they offer, whatever. But the great thing about being an investor, where you're getting, a front row seat and seeing exactly how these corporations operate. You get a somewhat ancillary seat on within the C-suite aspect of the corporate suite value of it, as a shareholder that has voting rights. Getting those proxy notes in the mail, and reading through the different agendas that the company may put forth. Right, you're getting also that kind of scouting report when you look at other traders and what they may be looking at and what they're thinking about, how they think and feel about the marketplace. Right, you're testing their resolve as well, as they say. You kind of testing it. Doing a litmus test, right? In a sense, right? That's investor sentiment. It's a lot of moving parts, but ultimately, again, we're here to kind of map from the past, realize where we're at now in the present, and figure out what the future may hold. Does that make sense a little bit, guys? That's what it's about, right? Because if we're going to say, and we're going to have a level of consistency within this, at some point we got to realize, when we say doing the same thing over and over, expect a different result. Well, if your results are being rewarded, as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't what? If it ain't broke, don't what?
Don't fix it.
Don't fix it, right? Because it doesn't need to be tinker with it at the moment. It doesn't need to be adjusted, right? But at some point, if the market ever switches up that kind of that flow for you, right? Then, you do like you're supposed to. You do what? You pivot, right? You pivot. That's what we're here for. We're not here to, again, to break the market, in our own way, and trying to force it to kind of just work the way we would like for it to work. We have to be comfortable and adjusting. And that comes again with, good reconnaissance, understanding, as I like to say, again, I'm a well-known advocate of peak to trough trading, right? Of course, I say it till I'm blue in the face, because I understand the nature of when you kind of back the market, off you a little bit, when it's kind of right up on you so much, you're just so tensed about the opportunity within a short time window or short time frame or whatever. If you back up a little bit, you get a better perspective, right? As we said before, perspective helps your problem solving, right? Right, good perspective, that is. And so it's the same when it comes to, again, figuring out, what are some of the things that you can do consistent within your trading that'll help you be in a position where you can have that level of success that you need, right? Or that you're desiring for, right? It's more than just, of course, say, okay, well, yeah, this stock typically trades like this all the time, or this company always, rallies on certain good news, but it can't hold its gains. Like every stock has his, own value of personality attached to it, right? Or her, right? So it's all relative to, again, what those investors who are sitting in that stock, how they feel about that asset, right? Now, again, using that same mentality when we're saying, okay, well, we started out the new year, 2022, we started out the new year already at the top, right? As they say, what that song, how that song goes, started from the bottom, now we're here. I only know who sung it, but I know something goes something like that. Started from the bottom, now we're here. I guess you went from the bottom to the top, right?
Drake.
Who sang that?
Drake.
Trey. So y'all gonna know more than me, right? I'm gonna tell over. Chris got it, right? But here's the deal. How about you start from the top, and now you're here? Now imagine if that was an inverse to that song. Started from the top, now we're here. Okay, where's here at this point? Right? Where's here? Are we higher or are we what? Are we lower? Right? Again, you coming in from the day one at the Jensen, they move you to the CEO seat, or the C-suite day one on the job. You're like, man, this is crazy. And I'm making this analogous for a reason. Why? Because a lot of people came into 2022 expecting what? They came into 2022 expecting what?
Expecting for it to keep running up.
Clearly, right?
To make new highs.
Exactly, Obi. Because as the saying goes, things that are strong tend to get what? Stronger, right? Until what? Something what? Changes, right? Hence, that's why we always say that. It's only as effective as it was the previous day until something what? Changes. If you're not of the mindset to change with the market, what's going to happen?
Get ate up.
Right? Market going to take your lunch, right? It's going to go in your little lunch box, right? You're going to take all your little, your little cookies and your little choke sandwich, and you're going to take your little fruit and everything, got your little lunch box. And it does it with no shame. Why? Because it has a mandate to fulfill its end of the bargain, which is the what? Price action, price discovery, right? Liquidity, right? Move buyers and sellers through this what? This marketplace. The more you're in a position to dumb this stuff down and see it for what it really is in that regard, the better it'll help your resolve. The more, the more convicted you will be in understanding, again, that past, that present value, and what the future may hold for you once you realize, what are those rules, right? What are those signals telling you? So again, looking at this again, we started in 2022 at the top. The top, not just the top, but the what? ATH, the all-time high. The first month we hit literally 480. Looking back now, again, started from the top, now we're here. Again, that's that new song. We're gonna flip it up again this year. We're gonna flip it up. We started from the top, now we're here. Where are we now? Where are we now, gentlemen? Where are we now, sisters? Where are we now?
Below that top.
Say again. You guys are breaking up. Say again. I'm sorry.
414.
All right, 414. All right. Now, in relation to we just using geometry.
14.
Say again. Hey, you're breaking up. I think you was breaking up a little bit over. But I'm guessing he said 414. Yeah, it's breaking up. It's giving that robot. All right. So yeah. So in essence, I think he said around 415, right? Or 414, excuse me. Right. Again, starting here, and now we're down here. Started from the top, now we're here. Now, significant when I said earlier, when you step back from any chart, from any perspective, right? As they say, y'all heard the saying, when a person gets writer's block, right? And they tell you some of the most, convenient things you could do to kind of what? Clear your head is to do what? Step away from what you're doing, right? Step up, maybe, stand up, stretch a little bit, clear your mind, clear your body, let your blood flow a little bit. Again, just kind of what? Reinvigorate yourself, right? So that way you don't feel so pressed to figure out, feel like you have to what? Solve this issue like right now, unless it's pressing right now, of course. But outside of that, you have a chance to kind of what? reassess the situation, basically, is what I'm saying, right? So for a lot of people who came into the market at the beginning of the year, let's say anybody came into the market as a newbie in 2022, right? They started their trading career literally in January of 2022. They started at the top, now they're here, as we said, right? From janitor to CEO in one day. What would their performance look like as of now if they were actively engaged in the market up there at the top? It wouldn't look so nice, obviously. It wouldn't look so pretty, obviously, right? Now, here's where it gets a little bit tricky because, again, whether it was advised, whether they were advised or they just kind of, learned, through their own means or whatever, and they didn't understand the nature of how markets work, so to speak. All right. But like anybody, you come in like a lot of you guys, when y'all came in, you came in with what? High hopes and aspirations. And you was like, like most of us, right? Like we're just excited, right? Man, I got an opportunity to make this money. I understand a little bit about what's going on, right? I learned a little bit. I understand a little bit, the technicals. I understand a little bit of the fundamentals. I'm learning about the price action sentiment, the psychology aspect of the market, right? That's the secret ingredient. It's literally the psychology aspect of the market.
Buying or what?
Say again. Go ahead, open. Was it? Oh, he might just must be open. Yep. Make sure you're good. There you go. You good, open, Chris? Yeah, I think his mic was just open. Okay. So that's the energy. You want to make sure, at least you have a base case understanding of what's going on. Why? Because would it be conducive to try to force, especially as a new person coming in, to force the market to kind of bend to your will, right? Because if you look at it from where we came from at the top up here, of course, we started from the top, now we're here, right? Again, that's the remix today, right? We're going to focus on that. Then it don't look so, so great, right? It don't look so great if you started from the top and now you down here at the bottom, right? What would y'all say to that? Oh, you breaking up big time, Oba. I don't know. And it must be area. You breaking up. Say again. Yeah, I think you're just having a crosstalk a little bit. But again, what would that person look like? What would their scenario look like today, guys? If they started at the top, 2022 coming in new, and of course they were thinking that we up here at 480, we getting ready to go to 500. We keep hearing Wall Street talk about we're going to 500. They listen to Tom Lee. They watching the Carter's Worth on CNBC. They listen to everybody, just talk this. The market is still bullish. Don't worry about the Fed. We got this under control. Blah 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 blah. Right, Charlie Brown style. And where are they now?
414.
Count will be wrecked.
Right, if 414. Right now, interesting. Could it also be a scenario where if you started at the top, and we say you started from the top and now you're here? Well, is that necessarily a scenario where you losing money? You breaking up over Chris real bad. Say again. I got it. I think it's his mic. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
It depends if they were going long or short. If they were short, then
yeah, you breaking up big time.
Am I clear?
Yeah, there you go. Now you good. You good. Yeah, you were pinging hard. You got that robot. Yeah, Elon Musk. Right?
No, I say they could have bought puts if they got in at the top, started at the top, and now we're here.
All right. So that's a good assessment, right? All right. Because either you can buy what, especially when this is speaking to the option traders, right? You could have still been what? Call minded, or you could have been what? Assessing potentially what? Puts. So just because we started at 480 and we're down to 418 doesn't necessarily mean someone what? Lost money. Y'all with me there? Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah.
Right. It's about understanding when markets pivot, how should you adjust your situation, right? How should you go about making sure that you're on the right side of the trade, right? Y'all heard that saying before, right? Just make sure you're always on the right side of the trade. What is the right side of the trade? Anywhere where there's what? Liquidity, right? Ample liquidity. And there's a trend being established.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
That's consistency, right? Because again, there's never going to be, because people, you'll hear, of course, the old schools, they'll say, well, man, yeah, but markets, they're destined to rebound at some point. They're going to go up. Okay, we heard literally all of 2020, literally, and 2021, their stocks and stocks only go what? Only go up. Until they what? Until they don't.
Yeah, like this
Right?
replication right here.
Right? Until they don't. Then it becomes a game of, okay, that particular trader or investor is now of the mindset where they're trying to do what? The same thing over and over, expecting a what?
Different results.
In their case, the same result. Right? Right?
Oh, that's sanity.
And in this case, that's exactly what it would have been for them if they stayed of the bullish mindset, coming off of 480, and now we're down here to 413, 414. Just imagine that, right? And at some point, you didn't pivot along with the marketplace. Make sense? Like, you didn't pivot. You didn't pivot here, right? You didn't pivot here, right? You didn't get a chance to pivot here, right? You didn't pivot here, and you just kept forcibly doing what?
Right.
Buying indiscriminately, putting good money on a bad what?
Stop.
On
Bad
a bad stock, a bad market, a bad trend, a bad, read. Think about that.
Yeah. That's
As
not
the saying
good
goes.
analysis.
Say again.
That's not good analysis right there.
Right? Not one iota, right?
Mhm.
We're being taught and trained to what? As the saying goes, you never put good money on a bad what? On a bad trade. Right?
Yeah.
You hear people say, right, well, I'm just going to average into my loss. Here's where it is. I got to say something to that. I got to speak to that now. Right? I got to speak to that right now. If you are a trader, mind you, who understands pivots, levels, and have what they call contingent plans to a particular trade within, let's say you get in at $1. You instantly tell yourself, I got a 10% stop loss. That means you are willing to lose only 10% of that 100, right? Or that $1, right? 90, 10 cents, leaving you with 90, right? Within that, if that stock pulls back at any aspect to that, you say, okay, well, now, as long as it doesn't clear me at 10%, I will feel comfortable in adding to the position. If it pulls back outside of that base case of $1, let's say maybe down into the 97 handle, maybe the 95 handle, worst case, maybe 93. I'm not going to add anything below that though, right? Because now it becomes a game of just consolidating your average in a way where if you feel the trend is still somewhat in a bullish stance, and maybe you just might have caught it a little too premature, but the stock has shown, that it's still resilient, right? Meaning, it's moving to the upside, right? It's moving to the upside, it's pulling back in between. Then you kind of have that, low period where you still at somewhat of a higher low. And you kind of just caught it, up here as opposed to maybe catching it there. And then it breaks out eventually, right? But you still have you have a hard stop at 10%, right? That don't necessarily mean, okay, if it goes below 90, I'm just gonna keep adding. It gotta turn at some point, it's gonna turn. That's not how this stuff works.
You're shooting yourself in the foot then.
Right, Harlem Night style. Oh, you want to shoot with pinky toe, huh? You want to shoot? You just shot your pinky toe off. It makes no sense to try to compete with the market, making those kind of egregious assessments, and you may be working with a limited source of capital, right? It's very important that we realize that, and we know this. Why? Because that's why we choose to take the approach of what? Have at least some kind of form of a mantra or something that you can fall back to and realize why you're here, right? What are you trying to accomplish here? Again, we say what, why, where, when. What are you trading? Why are you trading it? Where to take the trade? When to pull the trigger? Whatever works for you, use it. As I say, find your own niche, steal from everybody. Why wouldn't you? This is the only industry where you get paid to copy off someone else's paper. There's no plagiarism here. There's no intellectual property here. There's again, it's your responsibility to be able to understand what you do when you put on a trade or take off a trade. But through all of that, again, understanding some of the base case rules that we're trying to convey here on a constant basis here is that if you don't have that level of conviction, if you don't understand how to step away, meaning when I say step away, meaning look at the market from different perspectives, right? Some people only just trade short time frame. That's all they know. It'll be like kryptonite if they ever look at the daily chart. Like, man, that's just too much, but I don't do all that. But I only trade, the 3 minute or the 1 minute, but I can't be doing all that daily stuff, but I can't do all that. What do you mean? It helps you with your perspective though. Now I'm straight. I can read the price action pretty good. All I need is level 2, time and sales, and I'm good. And the indicator. Hey, whatever works for you, right? Because at that point, if you're consistent and you're making money, it works. See how that work?
Mhm.
But it only works until it doesn't, right? Because if it was that easy, the markets would be an exact science, which it is not. It is not an exact science. Imagine that, guys. If this is an exact science, man, everybody be millionaires and billionaires, right? Look, everybody be in this industry. It'll be saturated, be diluted. Everybody be rolling in cash. The fact that it's not makes it even that much more exciting, though, right? It's the saying goes: if it's easy to acquire, you won't really appreciate it. Let that marinate. Y'all guys already know this. If it's easy to acquire, you're not going to really appreciate it. It's something within the human genome that makes us feel comfortable when we have to work a little extra hard to get it. Now, I'm not of the slave wage mentality, right? I'm not, just speaking about, pull yourself by your bootstrap and just go sweat equity your way through life. I'm speaking about the idea when you're able to use the greatest muscle in your body, that brain, and you can put, things in proper perspective and come up with a good assessment or a thesis, right? That's when you're ready, right? That's when you've kind of reached that point of saying, okay, I can breathe a little bit now because I'm understanding, how this machine works, right? Or this, this little instrument works or whatever, right? Whatever you're tinkering with, right? That's what makes this stuff great, because you have to have that kind of level of perspective. You can't continuously do the same thing over and over and expect a different result, right? And in this case, again, if you are at a point where the market is not rewarding you for that, then maybe it's time for you to adjust your situation. Reassess, look at the market from a different angle. The true nature of the marketplace is just that. It's boom and bust cycles, right? It's boom and bust. That's the one would say, it's boom and bust, right? We've heard these terminology before, these things before. We speak about them a lot, but we're just trying to get the people, people familiar with, understanding, when it's time, as they say, it's the time to die. It's the time to what, what the song, I forgot the saying go, whatever. No, Shawshank Redemption. Get busy living or get busy dying or something like that. That's what it was, right? Right? Get busy living or get busy dying, right?
Mhm.
Right? You don't want to buy, in this case, you don't want to die on the mountaintop up here, right? It's lonely up here, right? It's lonely at the top. It's lonely, right? You realize that in terms of the marketplace, how important that really is. I know we're having a little fun here, but in all seriousness, that's the reality of this. You got to know, again, you got to know how this market is structured in a way where when there's people coming into this market and when there's people leaving, you need to make sure that the herd mentality, aspect of your trading thesis it's always respected in a way where you can adjust when necessary. If you do not adjust, the markets are going to take your lunch. Again, think about the newbies that came in 2022 who was buying up here in the 470s, right? Up here in the 480. Now, hopefully at some point, they've been getting some good advisement and some good structure and some good game. And somebody was like, hey, it's okay to cut your losses, bro. Right? But now I'm using this as a case study, right? Because we can look at the SP 500 here at 480. And then we also can look at what? Tesla, Apple, Shopify, right? NVIDIA, right? Name your favorite stock, throw it out there, and we'll see what they look like from the beginning of the year to where we are today. Right? What do y'all got real quick? What are some of your favorite stocks, guys? Throw me something real quick on GP since we talking about it. What you got? What you got? Somebody throw me something. What you got?
Olay.
SoFi, DWAC.
So one at a time. So one at a time. We got. So first one is what? What y'all want to go with?
Chipotle.
All right. So CMG. Now that's one that we actually did a case study on a while back. We did one before the new year, and we mapped it out from basically going from what, like I think it's like 1,000 to like 1,500, and we hit our target. I don't know if y'all remember that, right? I'm gonna go to it just to let y'all know we ain't just talking that hindsight stuff. We can go show you, better tell you, right? But let Chipotle, right? Let's go to Chipotle, right? They say take that thing to trial. Let's take it to trial. Take it to trial, bro. Right? We're gonna take it to trial. Let's go to the same, perspective. Let's go to the weekly chart. Right? Let's go to the weekly. Here we go. Right? 2022 saw Chipotle coming in at roughly around $1,700 a share. Now it was up here near 2,000, got up here near 19. So you're only down about 200, right? But you came into the new year rough around 1,750. 1,750 on Chipotle, right? After pulling back off this kind of rounded top here, right? Again, this candle right here, this big green candle right here, this inorganic candle right here, this GMO candle right here, right? This candle right here, right? In my West Coast voice, this right here, right? Yeah. Since then, of course, again, we're talking about correlation. Correlation. What is correlation, guys? What is correlation?
Basically coinciding them with each other.
Right. There's a parallel between two like-minded, we'll say scenarios or in this case, right, assets, right? They're trading somewhat in alignment with one another, parallel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we do the little assessment where we do like a compare on a chart, y'all know they got that feature, especially on Trading View, where you can do to hit the compare tab, and it'll show you what this asset looks like in relation to what, another asset for whatever, right? Correlation. Broader market sentiment have always been what gauged by what S&P 500 or the SPX. Right? Is anybody not sure about that? We always look at the SPY to really truly gauge the sentiment of the marketplace. We're talking about what America's 500, basically Fortune 500 companies, right? Majority of these companies are known around the world for whatever odd reason. Again, whatever, right? But again, we're talking about, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, right? Markets pivot. You have to be willing to accept that. Now, there's a right way to look at that, and there's a wrong way to look at that. Like I think Oprah could speak about it earlier, some of y'all did as well. Now, if you do the same thing over and over, expecting different results, and you ain't getting results, then that is the level of what?
Insanity.
Insanity. How many traders y'all know that's going down that road right now? Y'all probably know one or two, right?
Millions.
Right? Definitely millions, right?
Well, they say 90% of traders fail, so that's a lot.
It's a lot, right?
The way the money moves up and down in the market is based on people not knowing how to read charts or people who don't get to the charts. And then this loose money out there and not having the fundamental knowledge of what's going on, this loose money is how market makers actually win easier every day.
There's sharks. As the saying goes, there's blood in the water. There's blood in the water. The shark's going to come out. That's not just in financial markets. That's on a job site, right? That's in competitive value if you own a business, right? And you got a competitor across the street who may have somewhat similar products as you do, right? That's why Shell Station and BP always are what? Cross street from one another. I always notice that for the most part. They always cross street. CVS and Walgreens across from the street from each other almost. Like, this makes sense.
Yep. That's a fact.
Like you it's like they forcibly move towards their competition or move to be near their competition. Why? Maybe it's a good moment to spy on them. I keep my eye on that, Jerry. I keep my eye on you, Al Qaeda. I got my eye on you, Al Qaeda. Right? It's the same way you would look at a company like Chipotle, right? And you would say, well, who's Chipotle's biggest competitor?
Moe's.
And y'all would say who?
Moe's.
Someone saying Moe's, right? Are they publicly traded by any chance?
That I'm not sure.
Right? And we can look that up, of course, and y'all know we work over here. We intellectual ladies. We always go take that thing to trial. When we say take it to trial, what do we say when we say take that thing to trial? You take that thing to Google, right?
Yeah.
Knowledge is power, right? They say an ounce of prevention is worth more than a pound of flesh. Right? That's a t-shirt moment. Y'all already know it's a colloquial saying, but people need to start wearing that t-shirt, I believe, more so than anybody, especially investors and traders.
Yeah,
because a lot of us are taking over.
So yeah, we need to get that.
Think about that. A lot of traders out here doing just that. They trying to force the market to bend to their will. They're not conscious enough to say, well, let me back up and get a bigger perspective of this, right? If the market pivoting on me and I'm not adjusting, then apparently I'm going to get run over. Sometimes you can be too early in a trade, too early, right? If there's ever such a thing, there is, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So timing is everything in this. So yeah, so Moe's, right? Somebody said Moe's. Who else a competitor of Chipotle?
Moe's is owned by Focus Brand. They're the same people on Carvel, Cinnabons, McAllister, Auntie Annie's. They all under the same umbrella.
On the same umbrella? Or is it a publicly traded parent company or umbrella company? Like Olive Garden. Like, did y'all know Olive Garden is publicly traded by any chance?
Do we know if it is?
Yeah, Olive Garden.
I think so. But we can go look it up, of course.
What about KFC? Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Yeah, they publicly traded. KFC. Yep, they all under Yum Brand or Restaurant Brand International.
See. Right, we delve a little deep. We start to figure out, what's going on here? They are part of a what? Conglomerate, right?
Yeah, Focus Brand is publicly traded.
What's the ticker symbol?
FOCS on the NASDAQ.
FOCS. Look at that. See how that work? Now, like even Olive Garden, I know Olive Garden is sidebar, but Olive Garden also, they're under what? They're under another umbrella company as well.
Finna get it right now.
Right?
Yeah, they under Darden Restaurants.
Darden Restaurants.
Dang, $127 a share. Okay.
Right.
Texas Roadhouse is.
Yep, Texas Roadhouse. Right. You got who else? You got
Cheesecake Factory.
Yep, definitely. That's stock. These are standalone companies too. Well, in that case, Texas Roadhouse and Cheesecake standalone.
Yeah.
Right.
Who was under Brinker International.
And you'd be surprised, like these restaurants you've been going to them for years, right? Think about that. Like y'all know, especially man on the block, but man, everybody been to KLC. Now you need to switch a little eating game up or not, but KLC always been the plug, right? Or the jug, right?
Stats help you. Stats help you find out if a lot of these companies publicly traded. You go out there and eat and use their card. mess around, look at the notification. Oh, you just got such and such stock. I'm like, what?
Think about
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Exactly. They already know the brand, right? The umbrella, everything. And if it's not publicly traded, they'll give you something, to obviously to your liking that you may choose to, right? To get that kind of cash back.
Yeah.
It's interesting. So they're educating you in real time as you spend money. You're getting knowledge and cash back. You're getting a double premium reward.
Never
You
in
make this
history.
stuff up.
Yep.
And here it is. You've been patrons to these businesses establishments for years and never thought about it. Why? As I always say, you've been spending money with these people for all these years and they ain't really gave you really nothing in return. No kind of really true incentive.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the ulcer, right? Little heartburn, maybe, right? Little greasy little fingertips and all that. Like, bro, it's more to that. You've been buying the Nikes for forever, right? You've been buying, Polo forever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, maybe at one time you said, you know what? I'm gonna take this money and go buy the stock. I'm just gonna buy. If I don't buy just one share, I'm gonna buy at least one share.
Best thing I ever did. $56, boy, on Nike.
See, it's understanding when you realize the extent of how to use this to your advantage. Then the objectivity aspect of saying, doing, the same thing over and over, expecting different results, right? It actually starts to work for you. Because that's something that I would want to, I would hope all of us are trying to achieve. If you're going to claim to be an investor, even though we trade too, but the true nature of an investor is that you have to be gainfully employed. You have to be gainfully seeking assets that can help you grow a good return on your your investment, on your money, on your resources, on your time, right? On your research, on your research methodology, right? On your discipline. Make sense?
ROC.
Right? ROC, what does that open? Come with it.
Return on capital.
Return on capital. You got return on capital, you got return on what? Equity, and you got return on what? Interest, right? Investment, right? See, for me, y'all know how we do this stuff, right? We have a little, fun when we go about doing this stuff, but these are t-shirt moments. For years, y'all gave Polo unsolicited free advertisement. Nike unsolicited free advertisement. Adidas, Coogee, whatever your favorite clothing, you gave these people unlimited marketing because you was the brand, ambassador for that clothing line. Now it gave you a moment of you felt good about the situation because you're wearing it, maybe, attract your little attention, maybe, a little opposite sex every now and then. You're like, okay, you look nice today. A little Leroy, I knew it. But Leroy, they came out the pocket though. He had to come out the pocket to get it, right? But here's the deal. Wouldn't it be better to be able to revamp that whole expenditure if you had the opportunity to do so?
Mm-hmm.
Where you get what they call a twofold reward. That's what we talked about with Stash. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I invest in the company, the brand, or at least if they are not publicly traded, something similar to it, as they say, best in breed or whatever. And I also can reap the benefit of having that money come back through another form of another stream, another portal, so to speak. Make sense?
Thanks.
If you got young kids in your area of operation right now, I mean in your life, it's incumbent of you to take that approach to life going forward. And it's best to do it right now. Why wait? If you don't teach those kids the power of what business and commerce and these things mean, right? You're going to be holding to always trying to chase their fads. Y'all did it to y'all parents. Mom want this, dad, I want this. Like, bruh. They like, bruh, right? Look, Leroy, we get it. I know you're trying, it's a self-esteem thing. You got to deal with, peer pressure. I get it. Look, we're going to teach you going forward how to make pay yourself your own allowance. What do you mean, Mom? Let me sit down and tell you what I'm talking about here. Here's a buyer, here's a seller, here's a product, here's a publicly traded company, right? Here's how you work with less, in essence, to try to put yourself in a position where you can gain more from it by doing proper research. You already know these companies, you know these brands, you know these things, these fads, these trends that you guys talk about. If they are truly what they are, then they will be able to what, hold their weight against other competitors in that space.
Yeah.
It puts them on a whole different wavelength of how to think about life, money, products, the whole nine. You're essentially operating as a CEO at that moment. Indirectly, but directly in the same way. So these things are paramount to understand the importance of it. So we talk about Chipotle. You got Moe's, you got FOCS, you got Yum Brand, KLC, all these different stuff, right? Taco Bell, is Taco Bell publicly traded?
Yes, Senator Yum.
They under who? Yum Brand?
Yep.
So look at that.
Yep.
Right? How about the old CEO of Taco Bell actually left and went to Chipotle? I don't know if y'all know that or not, but we talked about that a while back when it happened, actually. He was doing such a good job at Taco Bell, Chipotle recruited him.
Wow.
Because he had a good understanding of how, the digitize, he was able to digitize his commerce through a fast food chain in a way, because y'all know Taco Bell is literally on like every square inch of America, dang, there's a Taco Bell, right? You're gonna find a Taco Bell. If ain't a McDonald's, it's gonna be a Taco Bell or something. Y'all know what they call generic restaurants? These are generic restaurants. You're either gonna be a KFC, a Taco Bell, Wendy's, or what? McDonald's. Now, how do y'all know that? Because you see them everywhere when you travel across the country.
Mm-hmm.
They're ubiquitous names, ubiquitous restaurants. Now, you go to New York with my New York family in the building, right? If we go to New York, you know what it is. We say you start talking about White Castle, but Joe get to licking their lip. Hold up, bro. You know about them White Castle, boy. You
True, Chicago
right?
too. Yeah, Chicago,
Right.
Illinois area, White Castle used to hit.
See, that's that northern quarter. Now, there's a few. If they are anywhere down the south, they sprinkle very far and few between. But they are plethora up there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I go out to my West Coast, with my West Coast family in the building, right?
Yeah, ain't no White Castles out here. But you could go to Vegas, they might got some.
What's the restaurant? What's the jump off on the West Coast as far as the ubiquitous restaurant that you don't see all on the East Coast? But when you go to the West Coast of California, you say, oh.
I mean, most of your Mexican restaurants, like Juan Pollo or something like that. When I went to Georgia, I didn't see nothing like that. And I didn't really see nothing like that.
There ain't no Jack in the Box in New York.
Yeah, there ain't no Jack in the Box out there too. Yep.
See, Jack in the Box, right? That's
Yeah,
another one.
Yeah, they publicly.
Jack in the Box is a publicly traded company, right? I mean, you start thinking about man, these are local brands. Like some of y'all probably eat at these places, right? And here it is, they're offering, now whether you feel like it's a worthy investment, well, that lies in the in the value of the company or the research in terms of best in breed, second in breed. Just because it's a public traded company that you know about and you like the product, don't necessarily mean that you should you go all in on it either, right?
Right.
Hey, Oba, do you think that the real estate part of their team has a lot to do with it too, as far as the expansion?
But that's important too, because actually it's gonna go into that. But good point. Because there's also there's the property in itself, then there's also it's the business itself, then it's also the property. Like majority of the strip malls around the entire USA, and y'all probably know this, we talked about it before. I know Oba Chris definitely know it. But most of the majority of all your strip malls, well-known, shopping centers, their real estate underneath their feet is owned by a major conglomerate realtor. Who is that realtor?
Simon's Group.
Simon's Property Group.
Yeah. They got all that, man.
They just go around the country, buy up all the premium spaces, and become, the realtor within those ecos.
Mm-hmm.
Controlling all that foot traffic. See, right. This is the part of, you could be into the REITs market as an agent and canvas all the different, places, right? You got let's say, what's the little mall up there at the Palisades, right? Women Palisades family out there in the New York area, right? All these, any premier mall around this country, right? When you think about it, right? He's like, okay, man, this is nice, man. This is nice, right? In my little area, right? Of course, you're in DC. Of course, if you want to do, if you get quote unquote, if you want to do the upscale shopping, you come to Tyson's Corner, right? Tyson's Corner where all where the bags at, right? You got McLean right there, of course. You got Falls Church, right? You got all these little areas in and around there. Reston, course, Sterling, Loudoun County, Fairfax County, you know, where money. They basically call it the Silicon Valley of the East Coast, this area right here. Right? So they're gonna what? They say you work hard, you play harder, right? They're gonna have the things that they know that these clients will what? Want to enjoy. It's the same thing when it comes to the marketplace, right? Your goal is to be able to attract that kind of what? A likeness of understanding how to find those what? Silver linings, or those not even necessarily diamonds in the rough, but okay, you know these people are solid, right? They solid because you know they they got good, you know, good exposure, and you know whether or not the stock is able to kind of what perform at a you know equal or greater value, well, that's to be determined because you can what? You get a chance to get an inside window on exactly how they perform by looking at their what? Their past, right? As we say, past, present, future, right? That in itself, again, is man, that ounce of prevention in that aspect alone will save a lot of people a lot of money. Now, you may not have a direct competitor to Chipotle outright that's on the taco side, because there's also Del Taco, right? Del Taco's in what? They out west.
Yeah.
Right? Them Del Taco's definitely out west. Right? Ticker symbol actually was taco, right? I don't know if they changed what they still in business out, but that's what they ticker symbol was. Traded a lot. But that's the reality, right? So again, there is a best in breed, then there's second in breed. Don't necessarily mean just because it ain't Chipotle, ain't no other way you can make money. Right? There's fat brands. There's so many different restaurants, of course, in that regard, that space, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a pure play on tacos, right? So you have a lot that you can choose from. And that's to kind of come up with a good thesis to realize what's popping with that. This Cracker Barrel, like Cracker Barrel is a type of stock, like a lot of people have been sleeping on Cracker Barrel for a long time. Cracker Barrel pay a really nice dividend. And they're the more consistent stock literally on the restaurant side in the entire world. Y'all might be saying, well, what do you mean by that, bro? Between them and McDonald's, now obviously there's more McDonald's than Cracker Barrels, but Cracker Barrels have a consistent foot traffic, consistent. And they nearly on every rest stop, right? Up and down the interstates and highways and byways around America. They're going to be right there off the interstate. And a lot of them senior citizens that be traveling out, they're going to stop at that Cracker Barrel before they stop anywhere else. You may stop at McDonald's and Taco Bell, get that kind of stuff. Old folk going to go to Cracker Barrel. Right? They're going to go in that, you know, the retail side of the store, because they got a store and they got the restaurant. You can buy merchandise, all that. They make like a great little experience, right? Cracker Barrels all over the place. How many of y'all knew Cracker Barrel was publicly traded? Most of y'all probably do, right?
Yep.
But look at that. Even look at the stock, though, in that regard, in the same lightness, right? You know, coming off the COVID, right? COVID hit, you know, the stock was sitting at right 145. It tanked all the way down like 50. Cracker Barrel just found a way to survive through the pandemic, right? Somebody was getting order takeout from Cracker Barrel, apparently. Stock went on to hit what? All-time highs during the pandemic into 2021. 173, now you're back down to 112, because now we're still talking about the same thing we spoke about earlier. Why is Cracker Barrel coming down now?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Correlation, right? Broader market, right? It's the broader market what? Syndrome, right? They are still beholden to the broader market sentiment, right? Doesn't negate from that company being solid. Doesn't negate from that company still having a great business model, right? Now, void of that, you say, well, the company is pretty solid. Well, how do you can say that, number one, because you see how tight this thing trade. Look at this its movements. Very consistent. Low tops, pulls back, establishes high low. Low top, pulls back, establishes high low, and just kept doing it. That's consistency right there of a chart. Right? It's little things like that when you start saying, okay, well, how can I become more proficient at being able to read this, read these kind of situations in the marketplace, right? These different chart setups, right? Time frames, whatever, daily, weekly, whatever you use, it's all going to be synonymous with whether or not you feel like these are great investments or not, right? And given the fact that, you know, you might have started at the top, now you're here, right? You might have came in 2021, or excuse me, 2022, excuse me, in this case over here, right? Over on Cracker Barrel. You came in rough around about what, $1.40, and now you're down what, you know, $1.12. And you got a base case support sitting at around what, 100, right? Why? Because we got what, price action over here, previous price action right here.
Look to the left.
Look to the left. You always look to the left. To the left, to the left, right? To the left, to the left. This is important. It's important because it's going to help. It's going to save you money. Let me put it that way. Looking to the left is going to save you money.
Yep.
It's going to allow you to sit, what they call sit what? Sit still in the present. So you can plan better for the what? For the future. Right? That's what this is all about, guys. You're trying to be gainfully employed. You don't have to trade every single day. Unless you have a great read on the markets and know how to play these pivots and play these different, you don't have to go in the market to prove that you're Hollywood Co. It's not worth it. Because again, we're not going to do the same thing over and expect different results. If it ain't working, it ain't working. That means it's time to readjust. If it's working and you're making money, guess what? Okay, don't try to fix it, right? Play ball until it changes up on you. At that point, at least you'll be able to kind of bag some dollars, right? Put away a couple dollars, and then you can sit still, right? You can sit still, get you some good observation in, go do some charting, right? Get you some good recon in, some, improve your research methodology, right? Work on your discipline. Right. That's how you're gonna survive this, guys. I guarantee you. You got to take the mindset that you got to be you want to be very stingy in this. I want to be stingy. Again, I always tell people I use my brothers that I come up in the game with, brothers and sisters. I want to be stock guard stingy. Right? Stock guard stingy, boy. That joker ain't gonna lose nothing. That joker ain't gonna lose nothing, boy, if he had his way. I just get out of trade and be gone, but I ain't even touch it again. Like, dude, I'm finna go back in now. You go ahead and knock yourself out. Right? You like, knock yourself out. I'm straight.
Right.
That's discipline. Right? That's when you know you kind of reach that point where you kind of on your way. It's the same thing for us, like for guys, right? When you don't have to try so hard to gain the attention of your opposite, whatever, that's when you know you reach the point to being conscious about who you are and what you know you're capable of, and you just go out there and you just go out there and just do you. And at that point, it automatically attracts itself to you because you're not trying so hard to force it to be attracted to you. That's the markets in a lot of ways the same way. I guarantee it is. When you really assess the markets the way you're supposed to as an investor and a trader, it's like the mind of a Buffett, a Livermore, a Jeremy Grantham, a Jim Simons, a Dalio, name your favorite investor, all in one pot. And you get to pull a little bit from all those minds and you apply that to your game. Yeah. I mean, think about that, right? A Munger, whomever you follow, you like, it's that kind of energy. Nothing really separating you from the opportunity of being able to do that, to be exact. If y'all want to be, frank about it, there's nothing separating you from that opportunity to have that kind of resolve, intellect. This is an open source opportunity, guys, 100%. It's open source. They can't stop you. They can't bar you. They can't negate you. They can't say your money ain't green enough. They can't do nothing. You can come in with 5 and leave with 200, 300, 500 off that 5, given the right market condition at the right time in the right place. Well, that seems like gambling, only to the mind of a gambler. Because guess what? That gambler cannot come over here and do the same thing over and over, expect a different result if they don't understand the rules of engagement. See how that works? It automatically makes them obsolete. Got him. He out of there. He came over here gambling, thinking he was just going just get it, right? Mark's like, let me get that. Let me get that. All right, let me get all that there too. Oh, you don't respect pivots, huh? Let me get that. See, the market is cold, boy. This market is cold. That's why it's known to be what? One of the most, interesting proving grounds of all proving grounds. It's a what? Performance-based industry, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if your politician was a performance-based industry tier business model. A lot of them be out of business tomorrow.
Facts.
Y'all know this to be true. It ain't even up for debate. If the majority of the jobs of this planet was what? Performance-based, a lot of people be out of work tomorrow. They either physically lazy or intellectually lazy.
Mm-hmm.
Let that marinate. That's the reality of this stuff. Right? If you want it, you're going to have to be able to what?
But you get it.
You're going to have to sacrifice, right? You're going to have to get it. What we're trying to convey here is no more than what? It's like riding a bicycle in the dark. Just because you can't see don't mean you don't know how to what? Paddle, move your feet, and hold the handlebar straight. Right? You still gonna go, right? You gonna go as far as you can. Then some of y'all got that what? That sight beyond sight, that lion energy. But y'all gonna like, look at me, I got the night, boy. I know how to do it. I didn't did it. I know I've done it before. I ain't on even front, but back in the days, boy, woo. Boy, you want to hang out? Look at come down to the dark alley real quick. I'm straight. I've been down here before. I already know where it's at. I mean, you know how to operate better, once you've seen things before, right? You have an understanding where things are. Y'all get my point. So that's incumbent of us to realize this. In any asset, doesn't matter what that asset is, that has to be your mindset. Y'all with me here? Y'all understanding what we're saying here today? Right? Y'all know we unorthodox over here. We do things a little different, right? And it's important that we speak about it in these ways, because in order for you to have the ability to really take yourself to a place where you can say, well, let me see what am I missing, right? That's what you should ask yourself every day as an investor or trader. What am I missing today that I can improve on, right? Right now in my present tense, which is going to eventually help your what? Your future tense. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
This is why we're here, right? This is exactly why we're here. DoorDash, started from the top, now we're here. Came in the year, $1.50. Now you're sitting at what? Now you're sitting at basically what? They ain't there cut in half. Right?
75.
75 was the bottom. Well, it hit 70 today. So instantly I played the role of what? Peak the trough, cut in half, and still a decent business model that has the ability to attract money in inflationary moments when people are still, conscious about how they spend money, especially on the e-commerce side. But when it comes to food, again, that's why we spoke about food. They'll spend that money on their food before they go buy that shirt or buy that article or pants or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I ain't had no comments about it. Like, just case in point, disclaimer, I bought me what? Bought me an $80 call in the earnings on that DoorDash tonight. Playing off the bottom. Understanding the business model. I mean, these things matter within that. Hence, we talk about restaurant. People spend money on food before they do anything, because those are your biggest costs. It's food and what? Energy. Period. And those are what? Revolving costs. Like revolving lines of credit. Those are revolving costs. You're gonna be paying for those things, basically, especially if you are, in a society that requires that. You food and what? Food and energy. So you can eat. I mean, y'all get it. So however you look at it, again, you have to be able to mirror that of that, the outlook of what you're seeing that the market is trying to provide for you, right? So it's okay to be doing the same thing over and expecting a different result. In this case, if you're winning, in this case, if you're making good trades and you winning and you getting profit, at some point in the back of your mind, you're gonna say what? At some point, it's gonna what? It's gonna pivot, or it's gonna change, right? But they might mess up my thesis, right? My strategy might get what? Tested a little bit, right? That ain't a bad thing. Just know that there's boom and bust cycles. At some point, it's going, that well may run a little dry until it replenishes itself again. Then you move on to something different. Make sense? That's important. Breaking news. Australia just 10-year yield jumps over 12 bips to 3.5. Yeah, so we already know what's going on with that. These central bankers around the world are panicking right now. They kept the foot, on the pedal for too long. RPM gauge went through the, other side of the odometer. They didn't blew a gasket. Y'all know, when my mechanics at in the building, right? You blow a gasket, it's a wrap, right? You blow a sling a rod in that orb, it's a wrap. That engine gone. That's what happens. You just continue to print money. And you don't have production. Then what? To compensate for that. Your debt to equity ratio is lopsided. Essentially, that's what happens, right? Too many dollars chasing to fear goods, and come the idea of inflation. And then if you have enough wage increase to compensate for already weak employment environment, that's going to cause stagflation. We here now. We're here. We're in stagflation right now. They're not going to officially come out and say it, but smart people already know we're in stagflation now. The job news we got today reflected just that. We had a readout today that hasn't been seen since 1947. Let that marinate for a moment. All these MIT graduates and Stanford and all these smart people, Samir tell me they can't balance a checkbook. And they got all this data to the left of them that happened throughout Throughout the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, the 50s, the 60s, 40s and all this stuff. And they don't know how to, and they breaking records in the wrong way. They're breaking records in the wrong way. We ain't had these kind of bad readouts since 1947. Oh, I'm bullish on that, bro. You bullish on that? Or they'll tell you it don't matter. Didn't the market feel like that yesterday? Didn't the market feel like that yesterday, guys? It didn't matter, right?
Sure did.
Strong power got me back, bro. Just buy the dip, bro. Again, that's that
The zombie crowd, boy.
Y'all know what it is. Look at him. Couldn't make this stuff up. And I bought them calls and I rode that top like everybody else. I rode that horse yesterday. I rode that Bronco. That thing, I took advantage up there and just learned on everybody else. Got me 377% on that pump. Sure did. And all it did, ran right back to a major point of Look at that line right there. Stop playing, guy, or resistance, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that right there, guys. What that look like to y'all? That look like Big Trouble in Little China. Y'all ever seen that movie? Big Trouble in Little China. That Big Trouble in Little China in real time right now too, because they were there locked down still, killing American markets. Think about that. They are the world's largest net exporter of goods, and they're on lockdown. So that don't affect American markets? Seriously?
Absolutely.
Right?
That's a macroeconomic problem.
And they tell y'all it's not a big deal. It's priced in. Right. Until it's not. See how that works?
Yeah.
Or until the stock start tanking, then you have to come up with another excuse. Well, see, it's because it's this. See, that's the whole mandate of people who have political agenda, right? They've politicized the market in the same way. When it used to be 100% free capitalism, Austrian school of law, right? Austrian economics, right? I'm exposed to the Keynesian side of things when the government take control. Every time the government gets their hand in anything, they mess it up, right? Y'all know, whatever, right? The free capitalist perspective of this has to come through you all, and you all only now. What do I mean by that? You're going to have to be able to look at this market for what it is and see all these different players in it and see that they have an agenda. And you're going to have to, adjust your agenda, as we say, doing the same thing, although expecting a different result, to equal that of opportunity. Not the propaganda, but more so what the opportunities are going to lie, right? So we spoke about that. And like yesterday when I was on the live, when we was going through the FOMC, I think I was over Jeremy. Jeremy, I think he did the previous day. He was like, man, I think the market going to crash tomorrow. Y'all might going to say it. Right? I'm going to be the first one to say the market going to crash tomorrow. I was like, over Jeremy, markets have memory. What happened the last time the FOMC meeting happened and they were supposed to do a big rate hike, right? Remember, they only did 25 basis points. It was already telegraphed that they was going to do 25 basis points, though, remember? Because we looked at the future fund rate, right? Fed fund rate, right? It only had priced in 25 bips. We knew we needed more, but we know we're dealing with what? People who what? Refuse to let go. They're more stock market watching as they are what? Main Street pocket watching. That's the problem. They're being accommodated to people who are what? Got bread, right? Own assets. They're not serving the will of what they've been put in political office to do. We get that. See, a lot of people who realize what the market is all about, they're not sitting there stressing about whether they feel like this country is what, who it said it is. But they wouldn't do that in America, but the government wouldn't do that, would they? The fact that they have to ask that question says that what? They sleep at the wheel. They sleep at the wheel.
Late.
They got no 10 and no 2 on the hand steering wheel. They got black goggles on. They got no lights in it.
Went back to driver's ed with that one.
Born to my struggling. Coat bottle glasses on with that orthopedic boot on to hit that gas pedal because you can't reach the pedal. It's bad, boy. This is the reality of this, guys. You have to be able to see these things. There's no fear. When you trade the market without fear, not that you don't realize there's danger, but you realize that fear is what? Fate, fugazi. Fear is what? They call it FUD, right? Fear, uncertainty, doubt. Or on a more academic perspective of, we say what? False evidence appearing real. All I need to do is look to the left. Have we been here before? Apparently we have. We've seen this kind of what? Idiocy before. We've heard the terminology what? Bad news is good news in the stock market. We've heard that before. Like what else is that they have that y'all haven't already been exposed to? You see what I'm saying? You become immune to this stuff at some point. You start to realize, okay, let me back up. Let me take a deep breath. I see what they're doing here. I see the game plan here. This is a great old-fashioned, good old school, what? Stay of execution. They bought themselves for what? Another day. That's all they did. Because the saying goes in Wall Street, what? Once they send that money down range, you don't get a do-over. It's gone, right?
Yep.
They can push bad and come back and redact it the next day or recant it, but it's too late. Why? Because if they hit that buy button and the market get juice off of it, they can't go back and return what? Return all them dollars that went out there into the what? Open market. See how that works? This is the only industry that's like that. Yes, again, as I said before, the IRS can overpay you. They come back and get that bread. Your boss can overpay you. They come back to get that money. They can add more money in your bank account by mistake, and you pull it out ATM. Guess what? You owe that money. Ain't no one-off event, y'all. We'll let you slide this time, bro. We get it. The only time you have that kind of level of luck is at what? At the restaurant. They throw you a little extra piece of chicken. You're like, I hit the lottery today, but I got the extra piece of chicken, got the extra thigh now. I'm winning. I'm winning. But when it comes to money, y'all know this stuff. This is the only industry where, it's you couldn't make this stuff up. Right. So knowing these things is so paramount, guys. As we said in our last session, it will help your resolve, guys. Right? It's going to help. And you're going to benefit from it because when you start seeing these things, that looks like this here, these kind of scenarios setting up like this here, you're not going to stress test. Right? You're not going to stress about the reality of what's going on here. Because it's about conviction. It's about risk mitigation. It's about risk management, right? So we take this thing to trial as we're supposed to, and we go to, let's go to trial. Let's take it to trial, right? We take that thing to trial, right? We take it to trial. We start looking at the market for what it is, right? As we said, we started from the top, now we're here. Started from the top, now we here. Start up here at 480, 479, now we down here. Now, what's interesting about this whole big old mountain of evidence, y'all heard that saying before, mountain of evidence. It's a mountain of evidence stacked against them, right? Mountain of evidence stacked against them. And then it becomes very clear, it is a mountain of evidence stacked against who? It's a mountain of evidence stacked against the feds. Stacked against what? Again,
curve.
all these different things that we're talking about as far as macroeconomics and realizing how money, when it's starting to move and it gets to moving, it's like a boulder going downhill. All that velocity, right? All that mass and velocity, right? You know what it's gonna happen. You trying to stop it with a little buffer of marshmallows or something. I don't like get up with that. So, started from the top. Now we here. Well, guess what? These guys over here, they felt like their top was here. Started from the top. We here, right? And then what happened to them? See what I'm saying? Now, guess what? These guys here got experience over here, did they not? Look at these guys over here. These guys over here got experience, don't they? Because they saw what happened with these guys, right, over here. They saw what happened to them guys over here, right? So you think they'll be more prepared over here, right? When y'all say so?
Like you were talking about adjusting. Yes, sir.
Right? I would think, right? Because that's experience, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Some people still go out there with black goggles on, still as if they don't see it, they don't want to see it. They just la la la. I can't hear you. Ears plugged with their fingers. Black goggles on. Look, couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Could not make this stuff up. Started from the top. Now we here. Started from this top. And then they came back down to where those guys was like right here. In this case, it did it again over here. Started from that top. Thought we was getting ready to rock out again. Go back to all-time highs. And what happened? We closed the gap. And then we did what? Out of there.
On denied.
Straight denied. Do not collect $200. Do not pass go. Go straight to jail. Matter of fact, straight to jail. That little skit we did during COVID. You undercooked chicken, you go to jail. You overdressed, you go to jail. Right? I gotta bring that one back. That's
yeah. Pull that.
Undercooked, overcooked. That's jail. Right? We're gonna see the jail and everything.
Right to jail, right away.
Right away. Right. Oh, that does right away to jail.
Yeah, boy, that's funny.
That was stupid funny. This is the market sending jokers to jail right now because they refuse to adhere to the rules, the laws of the market, or someone say the laws of the jungle. Y'all see y'all see what's going on right here? Starting from the top, now we here. If I put these big old shoulders on this market right here, head, we got a what? Shoulders, we got what? Over here, we got another what? What's going on with the market right here?
Yeah, we coming down.
Are y'all seeing what I'm saying?
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
How the song go? Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, knees and toes. I see head. I got a kid. Y'all know what it is. Boy, them little songs be like, boy, repetition. You wake up Tourette's and singing them songs. Like, God, oh, well, blasting that stuff on that little tablet. I guess all in my conscious now.
Mm-hmm.
Markets have memory.
Yeah. Repetitive cycle.
Are y'all seeing this here? I'm asking for a friend. Anybody not understanding what we're putting down right now? Anybody? Anybody unsure what we got going on right now? You with me, Obadundra? You see what's going on here? Ober Rich, you with us here, Ober Rich?
Yes, sir.
Ober Brandon, you see what's going on here, bro?
100%.
Ober Sonny, you in the building? Y'all see this here, right? Ober Chris?
Yeah.
It ain't hard to really to adjust when necessary. Once you come into the understanding how to look at the the macro and the micro, right? I'm gonna go exoteric on y'all, Joe. I'm gonna go hit up the over Valentine on y'all, right? I'm gonna take y'all there, right? Or Dr. Richard King, or not Dr. Richard King, but Dr. Deborah Blair, right? Walter Williams. I'm gonna hit y'all now. Y'all know what I'm talking about. For y'all know what I'm talking about. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The Emerald Tablet style, right? The Emerald Tablet style. Hermes Augustus, right? As above, what?
So below.
I repeat, as above.
So below.
Do they not have an inverse head and shoulders pattern too?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Do they not have a double bottom and a double top?
Yes, sir.
What about a triple top and a triple bottom?
Yes, sir.
Is there an inverse dead cat bounce?
Yeah.
Think about that, right? Inverse cup and handle. Imagine that.
All the patterns and signs are there.
Everything has an inverse. Triple leverage ETLs. One of them is long, one of them is what? Short. J Dust. Nugget. Triple leverage pro share what? Gold ETLs. One bears, one bullets. Gush and what? And what's the other one? Gush and the oil ones. It's Gush and I forgot the other one.
Or something like that. I forgot that.
Inverses. UVXY. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just like the what they said, the with the creation story with Kemet, it always had a masculine and feminine.
Right. That balance. My eye.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, this market ain't far-fetched from y'all own value, aesthetic things when it comes to your own culture, your own understanding about how you look at the world, how you look at nature, how you look at what? The sciences, the math, geometry, physics, all that stuff play a part, but it's not one that's dominate over the other. Psychology, psychoanalysis, right? Majority of what I speak about on here in these training sessions, I'm really trying to what? Crack open that what? Your psychological edge.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest problem that most traders face above all things is what? Lack of what? Lack of discipline. Think about that. You're trying to, get a unruly person or a child or animal to what? To adhere to you what? Some basic stuff. It's going to take some proper what? Training.
Mm-hmm.
Working with that person. Working with that animal. Working with that whatever it is. That chart. Right? Working with that price action. Right? Working with that company. Right? As above, so below. Y'all with me here?
Mm-hmm.
You don't struggle when you see bigger pictures. I didn't have to struggle when we got the 480 going into the new year, and I knew it was a mountain of evidence, literally a mountain of evidence getting ready to brew that was brewing against the broader market. Because we were now coming into the fruition of all the that we've been planning for of 2020 into 2021 and into 2022 now. The macroeconomics was starting to catch up with all the short-term
money printing.
All that micro fund got swooped up in the macro.
Mm-hmm.
Micro pumps started from the top. Now we're here, right?
And cocaine operation.
Yeah. So look, see, you're only gonna get, comfortable in this space once you realize that you can never be comfortable.
Got to keep your eyes open.
Sounds like oxymoronic way to say it, but that's just reality stuff. And that's a good thing. Why? Because who wants to be do the same thing over and spend it, right? The monotonous value of just, watching the clock dry every day, right? Just okay, this job here, I just watch the clock just move and ain't nothing happen. Man, this boring. Right? We already know this is like the biggest drama house ever in the history of the stock market. It's the only place where you can come and sit next to a dang near trillionaire, literally a trillionaire, and do business together. When you buy Tesla stock, you doing business with a trillionaire. And the aspect of the paper trillionaire in terms of Elon, right? But it's the same reality. Or a fund manager who has what? Trillions of dollars in assets, BlackRock, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, them types. Deutsche, Barclays, right? And they taking L's like everybody else too. But the L's are more buffered because they got what? A bigger bag. Your bag, obviously what? Micro to their macro value, but you could be just as potent with your little bit than they got with their big amount.
Yeah. They take a L that day, you took a W.
You took a W. If y'all don't see the value in that, I don't know what else to tell you. That's the stuff that really excites me. Hence, that's why I say what? This one here for the ancestors. Every bag I get, this one for the ancestors.
You still have to be long term.
Say get open?
I'm saying you still have a benefit long term too.
You say long term, you're breaking up a little bit.
No, I'm saying over the long.
Dang, it's breaking up too. Every time you hear it speak,
going out, yeah, it's going out every time you talk.
I know it's something potent though, because I know you trying to get it out. I know y'all been dropping juice, but
Can y'all hear me now?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm saying you still have a benefit over the long term too, versus these hedge funds. You can take an L on $2,000, but they can't take an L on $1 billion.
See how that work?
Mm-hmm.
See how that work? Bill Ackman just took a $400 million L.
Yeah, see, he won. He won on the pre-pandemic investment. He made a lot of money out there, but he just gave it like
all
that.
them jokers did.
Yeah, he gave it all back.
They gave it all back. Well, a good portion of it, because he hit over a bit. I give him that. He made I think rough around about 1.6 billion, somewhere around there. I think it was the tally, somewhere around there, if my mind serves me correct.
What do you have initially? What, 24 million? Or what was it?
What you mean, to buy in the Netflix?
No, not in Netflix, but the original. I think it was a SoftBank that he did that deal.
No, to my Bill Ackman, or you talking about Buddy at SoftBank? Because Bill Ackman, he bet against them. He bet with the market when the market had kind of not bottom out, but when there was a lot of fear in the market around. Remember the summer of 2020?
Yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's when he made that move. Yeah, he bought that so-called proverbial.
Yeah, he made a couple billion out of about $1 billion.
Him and SoftBank, because remember SoftBank was on that would brought tech to life. SoftBank had made them bought all those call options.
Yeah.
Remember, that's not even their MO. They're not trade. They was always in the investment side of things, right?
Yeah.
And they went into the market and traded it and made billions off of buying that tech calls. Right? Well, the tech sector, that should say. But I mean, it's crazy. And then like a lot of times, again, these guys make a lot of money and they give a lot of it back too.
Mm-hmm.
Now he lost that money on that Netflix in less than a month.
Mm-hmm.
That man, guy, he lost $400 million less than 1 month.
Took him down quick.
But some of y'all like, bro, I wouldn't even be able to go home. But I did have to call Smiley, like breaking the back with him, steal me a couple t-shirts and some underwear, but I can't even go in the house, bro. I can't.
Yeah,
Bro,
buddy
about to
mine.
get my clothes, bro. I'm out of here.
Buddy mine tried to buy Apple down like what, $10. I was like, bro, calm the hell out, bro. It's Apple. It's good.
Right? They're joking, panicking, right? The sky's falling. Chick Little, they don't understand the reality thing because they don't have no big picture perspective.
Right.
They got to get conscious and understand how money works. You don't get a job and then expect to raise the next day and you not perform not one day to prove your situation unless you got lucky, like we talked about today. All right? You came in for a janitorial job. They instantly said, look, Leroy, You know, we like what you look like. Now you ain't know with how hard you work. We like what you look like. We're gonna make you CEO today. You serious, Mr. Charlie? I'm gonna be CEO. I came here to push the broom, and you gonna make me CEO? Yeah, you the CEO. You can here's the keys. Here's the the tags, the title, the deed. Here's the bills. We out. Leroy took that job up here at the top at 480. Find his name on all that debt.
But if he has some stock options, though, you know what I'm saying?
Boy, he gonna have to, boy, he would definitely get his mind right. Cause he like, boy, these things gotta hope they gotta work out. They gonna have to work out. I'm gonna need that body to bounce, but this thing gonna have to bounce in a minute. Come bail me out. Started from the top, now we here. Imagine that. Right? Here's the top. Right? Let me draw that line clear. Because y'all know the markets is, you know, it's man, this stuff is crazy. This stuff is crazy. Right? What do y'all see right here? Well, look at that pyramid. Look at Giza. Right? Look at the Mircoop, right? I'm gonna call it what it really is, right? Oh no, the per ump. Excuse me, the per ump, right? Well, you can say Mircoop too, but look, I mean, y'all see what's going on here, right? Round trip ticket.
Big in that.
Round trip. And when we was talking about, we was over here, literally, we were over here, guys, in 2021 and 2020, talking about when we get to a certain point up at around where we're at now, what will be the inverse on the way back down? At the beginning of the year, we was talking about this, guys. When we did that one training show we did, and we were saying these are levels that we may go, we were about to probably hit on the way back down.
Yep.
And then we were throwing out those different percentages. Remember, I was like, hey, 20% this, 30% that. Y'all remember that one training show we did?
Yep.
And we were doing all those levels, and we broke the market our way down. And I was saying base case, you know, the best reset would be around what, 380s? Now, it would be great if we can get the market back down to 420. Y'all remember that? We were saying that stuff way back in what, December, January.
It's on
I'm
its
not
way
lying.
there.
We got the proof.
Yeah, it's on its way there for sure. Cause it done hit what, 405, it done hit 409. Yeah, the next support gonna be around about 400, 390, something like that.
Come through. We were already mapping this stuff out last year.
Yep. It was inevitable.
And Joe was like, man, no, bro, no. Some people, well, not us, but a lot of people, you know, we trying to share some ideas. Like, oh no, bro, we good. But stocks only go up. J Powell got our back. Brrr. Let the printer run for you.
J Powell and his tools, boy.
Oh, that Joe got some rusty tools right now, but I'm thinking clanking, they dusty, and they and green, everything.
Yeah, ran out the 40.
He's struggling out there, boy. He got that shaking, but like he didn't drink straight cold brew coffee about 8 hours and went work a screwdriver. That thing ain't going nowhere. That's just nervous so bad right there. Couldn't make this stuff up. Am not making this stuff up. Proper planning helps you have better what? Better resolve.
Yeah.
Hence, that's why y'all never gonna hear us over here panicking, especially myself. If I have anything to do with our little group and all y'all do y'all parts the same way we all do. This is it's a think tank. That's why we say Ubuntu. Everybody pull their own value weight based upon what they are capable of being able to accommodate in their level of training and growth. Because we all want to be in a position where we can give the best level of information we possibly can to help one another. Make sense? Mm-hmm. That's what this is about. Of course, on the individual level, of course, you could be an all-star. Granted, it's even better when you can share it with others, though. But you do it with the level of consciousness and concern and care. So when we do these sessions and we're speaking about this stuff in the way that we do, we have an unorthodox way of training. Obviously, we do. There's some people do their session, they just come straight in, they go straight technical. They don't really talk about the fundamental side. They're like, yeah, and they try to they be dismissive to certain things like that. I'm like, no, we're gonna cover every aspect of this stuff. We're gonna talk about technicals, fundamentals, and the psychoanalysis aspect of this too. You want to be a well-rounded trader, guys? This is what it's gonna take. Yeah, you can still be the master in one of those fields, but you still need to know the other parts as well. How many sides on the pyramid? How many sides on the pyramids, guys?
4.
On the pyramid.
There 4.
4.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Juggle like, hold up, bro. What you mean 4, buddy? But y'all got Juggle jacked up right now. Right? Right? Tell them about the plumb line and the square, boss. They don't know about the plumb line and the square, bro. They don't know about the plumb line and the square. They don't know about them. All right, let me leave that alone, bro. I'm just gonna come for us in a minute. They don't know about that left foot forward.
No, I don't.
Right? That left foot forward, serious, boy.
That's for the elite right there.
That's for the elite right there, but that left foot forward, that put everything in perspective. So again, this is an extension of, again, everything that we're trying to do here is to get, pretty much to get everybody what? Comfortable in learning how to what? How to maneuver better, right? How to, as they say, how to pivot, right? Right? As markets pivot, as the saying goes, and you having to be able to adjust when the market is adjusting, or you can always just what? Sit still and do what? Absolutely what? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Good God. Boy.
Hey, Daniel.
That's what the market doing right now. It's in the middle of what? It's in the middle of a what? A war. Figurative and literally, right? With Russia, but literally and figuratively.
Literally going sideways right now.
Say we should be going what? You say sideways?
No. I'm saying it is literally going sideways.
Right, caught up in this what? In churn. It's churning, right? As the saying goes, we're in this big old churn. But in the midst of that, there's money. The money's still printing though.
Oh yeah.
Right? Again, if we look at this again, big picture. See, it's always good when you step back. Right? Let me change the color. Man, we get us we need some loud colors. No more hubble bubble colors. See, big picture. Them juggles fighting down here at the chitlin circuit down here. They all down here. They down here fighting. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. Bulls, bear, they fighting all that. I'm like, look, I'm not gonna do the chitlin circuit today. I'm not. I'm gonna step back and I'm just gonna play them pivots. Because I see the bigger picture, the stuff that we was talking about again, literally last year going into this year, we were saying the market's going to come down 20, 30, 40, 50+%. We did our kind of doomsday calendar assessment. Well, I need to go pull that video back up, but we had a good one that session that day. I think we had everybody here that day. Iba Camille, we had Sister Shonda. We had, everybody was in here, boy. Putting them brains together. But it's all relevant to what we're trying to do here. Make sense? You got to be able to see these things. So, as I like to say, put some respect on that chart. In this case, put some levels on that thing. Stop struggling. If you're a Fibonacci person, throw them up there. If you hold, just throw them up there. Make sense?
Yep.
Right? You throw them guidelines on there. Guidelines and grid lines. Y'all know that's my thing. Man, throw them on there. The best back testing comes from what? Obviously, what? Look at to the left. We've been here before. Seen this picture before. Look, they have nothing that y'all ain't ready for. There's nothing on the economic side of things have changed or improved to where we're back. Now, did the market feel like we was in the all clear yesterday? Did they not feel like we was in the all clear yesterday? Clearly they did. They always do that though, don't they? As the saying goes, I was born what? At night, but not what?
Last night.
Not last night. On this pump right here, this 1 day candle right here, this guy right here, this one right here, this him right here.
Right here, cuz.
Boy,
That's crazy.
And they were buying at what? 427, 426, all the way up to 429. Oh, we rocking tomorrow, bro.
Yeah.
All I did was say, uh-oh, we got a big reset. They took that thing all the way back to the resistance. I sold my calls up here, into that resistance. I played the pump and got out before the dump, as I was supposed to.
Yeah. That was easy. That was easy.
That was some easy peasy money.
Yeah.
I know most people like, man, yeah, bro, whatever. It is once you have that level of resolve and discipline, understand how all these situations work. We're trying to get, people who are not, again, understanding the value of proper risk management. Of course, this is not for the faint of heart. We get that. Meaning, when we say faint of heart, meaning those who are not necessarily ready yet to eat this level of meat. You're going to get there at some point if you have an affinity to want to get there. Of course, it's all based upon you. That's the only thing I love about this, is that there's nothing barring you from being able to be in a position to read the markets this way. Make sense? It takes time, granted, but a lot of it is just the things that we kind of go over, emphatically over and over. Price action, investors, the investor sentiment aspect of that, the technical, the fundamentals, having the ability to read the nuances of the market, right? Because I speak about a lot of economic things in a way to help you look at probably the market a little different than possibly you used to. You probably, man, I don't know about care about all that political stuff now. Now you have what? You actually start caring about it a little bit. Not that you care about it in itself in terms of what it will or will not do for you. You say, well, how is it going to shape what? Shape the ultimate energy of the marketplace, because politics also move what? Markets. It's a proxy tool. That's all it is. They can jock and jock strap, watch and all that stuff, and let them play that congeniality contest and let them go do all that goofy stuff till they knock themselves out. I don't care about all that. What is it going to do to this marketplace? I'm playing the role of a sovereign leader in my own right. Each and individual one of you guys on here is playing that same role right now. You're in a position of power because you have a way to will finances, a resource into your existence. Let that marinate for a moment. Did y'all have to go get a business license to do this? Anybody? I'm asking for it, friend.
Nope.
Did anybody have to go by the fire rescue for them to come check your business to make sure you got what? Fire and safety regulations and all that stuff, right? You have to do that coding. You had to come by your place of business and check.
Nah, didn't need no permits.
Right, no permits at all. Did y'all have to go get insurance? They had to come get insurance on the y'all had to go get insurance to do this. They got some insurance.
No.
Right. All you did, open up that what? Let me get that Robin Hood. Let me get that Weebull. But I'm all in now. I mean, see, it's you got to move. You move better when you know better. So we're not going to stress test the market. We're just going to lie to feed us when necessary. Because again, markets have memory. The last FOMC meeting gave you just that. It did the same thing. Markets are desperate. That's why we keep talking about, in that light. If the markets are desperate, then it's trying to what? It's the proverbial saying, they're trying to squeeze blood out of turnip, right? Y'all probably heard that before, right? Southern slang, right? They're trying to squeeze blood out of turnip. They so much want the market to be back to what it was, but they know it's not going back to that no time soon. And the more they try to tell you that it's not a recession, the more you start saying that it is going to be what? A recession. Remember, the more they kept trying to tell you that inflation was transitory, the more you knew that it was going to be what? Not transitory. See how that worked? Doing the same thing over there, expecting a different result. Is that not the government? The government, right?
Keep doing past mistakes. They ain't learned yet.
Because they know what? Somebody was born what? They said, I was born what? At night, but not last night. But they know somebody was born what? At night and last night. That's what somebody running around here thinking that probably. They probably like 40-some years old. Like, what? What?
It's tough, boy.
They all in on whatever these people say. All in. have no sovereign value to their existence, no autonomous nature to their reality. They buy everything someone sells them. That fits their narrative, so to speak, right? The echo chambers. That's why we don't do echo chambers over here. We're just gonna deal with the numbers, what the primaries say, what the research say, what the numbers say, right? What the clock say, right? That's why we rolling. That's how we moving. You're not beholden to someone else's what? Acknowledgement or recognition of your reality. That's what I love about this stuff. You are autonomous. You guys got to see the wonder in that. This is the part where, again, I'm speaking to that, that inner king, over in you all in that regard, because you have it, because now you get a chance to operate, unabated, uninhibited in a way where you can be the master of your situation. That's the great part about learning this at a high level, because you can learn as much as your brain can hold and contain. And no one gets to tell that you can and cannot. And when you can and when you cannot. Make sense? The rest is just being able to put it together. Again, we playing connect the dots here, guys. Every time we draw lines, see all this stuff here, we just connecting the dots. Right? Literally connecting dots on the lines, on the charts. Hidden levels, hidden switches, right? Hitting them switches. Right? Look to the left. Ping, 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 ping. Right? Ping, ping. Right? Ping, 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 ping. Right? Look at her. Ping, ping. Way over here to the far left. Look at all them pings over there. Pinging, pinging, way over there. Pinging, pinging, pinging. Right? Back over here, look, pinging. All this up in here, just pinging. Pinging, way over here. Market ran all the way out this lows here from 406 all the way up to literally it was like 405, right? It ran from 405 all the way to to 430. In 3 days, and gave it all the way back almost in almost in one.
Mm-hmm.
As the saying goes, markets take the stairs up and the elevator down.
Yep.
If that energy is obviously conducive of a bear market, because they keep trying to tell you that we're not in the bear market any longer. Notice that? They so desperately want to tell you that we're not in the bear market. We knew though that they are vicious rallies inside of bear markets. They have some of the most vicious rallies of all time happened inside of bear markets. The snapback. Y'all know what that's really caused from at the end of the day, though? To be honest and to be, straight up. Y'all probably know this anyway, but what causes those vicious snapbacks in bear markets? It's very simple. It's not even like it's a trick question. The same thing that is short coverings. That's all it is. You done make so much money so fast when the market just plummeted. Of course you're going to cover. You're going to sell those puts, right? Think about that. Okay, Netflix, it dropped over 100 points on earnings in less than a 24-hour event. Where else could you have that kind of level of success on the job anywhere on the planet? Again, that's Leroy coming into the job for a janitor. He got promoted to CEO in the same day. Good luck. You got it, man. Something ain't right here. This something ain't right. They just gonna give me the keys to this company like this here? No, I don't know. Started from the top, now we're here. Short covering causes what? Short squeezes back up, vicious rally. And then they run into the same areas of interest that everybody's sitting there waiting on anyway. We ran all the way back to the top and hit resistance, right around that same point that everybody was waiting on, 430. All I did was politely buy, and here's where it got crazy. I bought 5 of the 407s for tomorrow. Bought them Wednesday at the top after I closed my calls out, right? That's under $100. About 5 of them. Each one of them today. Well, I sold 4 of them prematurely, granted, but bird in hand beat one in the bush. The last one I sold over 1,300%. Imagine that, guys. $17 per contract, paid out 1,300%. I sold the other ones around. I think the other ones were around like 1,000+%, a little over 1,000. I sold them for like over 1,000%, somewhere around there. That's under $100. So I mean, each contract paid out well over what? Well over $100+ dollars. The last one was over like near 200 something per contract. Times 5, right? Forget that, times 5, right?
That's fine.
Couldn't make this stuff up. We tell people that 100 could turn into, into 1,000. Binary event. It's crazy when you think about it that way, right? You're like, man, this is crazy. Now we talk about lot size, right? Imagine somebody did that times 10. That was my initial goal. I ain't gonna lie. Straight up, I only got the 5 though. No big deal. Somebody bought 1,000 of them.
That's crazy.
Think about that, guys.
That's
It's
crazy.
crazy when you think about it. It's like, man, this stuff got to be this stuff illegal, bro. You looking out the blind like this ain't legal. This ain't legal.
And people breaking their back at work.
And if you take that same $17 and go blow it on the gut truck or the roach coach, they're gonna pull up at the job, sling them a little ham sandwich on the back of it. Y'all know what the roach coach is, right? Sling them a little ham sandwich, right? A little bag of chips, right? You gotta go back to the job all depressed, like, oh.
The roach coat.
Right? Or then went to Applebee's for lunch, right? Got whatever, right?
Man, got that 3 for $20.
Man, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, I'm good on lunch. I brought me an apple and a little spelt granola bar. I'm straight. I'm finna grind on lunch break. I'm gonna be on the market. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be grinding on every little break I get.
Nah.
See, it's a mindset. It's all mindset. I get it. I know everybody ain't built the same. I get that. And we're not trying to make everybody be like each individual aspect of what you think somebody would be at, their, most radical aspect of this. That's up to the individual. That's what I love about this stuff. You get to move exactly how you want to under your own situation. And then no one can, fault you in the aspect of you doing just that. Because there's no time structure, right? There's no prerequisite that you have to just do it the way everybody else do it. There's none of that stuff here. But as we're talking about tonight, if you're gonna do the same thing, we'll expect a different result, then no results better be what? Producing what? And it's all good until it what? Until something changes, right? That's why we always say until something changes. Right? If it ain't broke, don't try to fix it until something changes. Then you have to what? You retinker that thing, regain plan and get back out there. That's all it is.
Simple and plain.
It's simple like that, really. So you shouldn't have to stress about it. If you ain't ready to, to handle certain aspects of this, don't force it, right? Get that observation first. Get that good recon first. Get that good, time in the game of understanding, again, how to read those tea leaves properly. And then, you jump out there when necessary. Make sense? So,
Absolutely.
I think this is the great part about, again, when we say, we always talk about a lot of different things, of course, and just perspectives, and you kind of giving yourself that kind of, you had to go see a shrink, right? You got to go sit in a chair, right? Give yourself that proper shrink time. You need that. You need to decompress from the world, man. There's a lot of stuff, people out there trespassing against you. Again, as they say, the dime hold up a dollar. Y'all know the world is crazy, man. You trying to fit through all these different personalities every day, all day, and you still trying to hold what? Your own value, what? Uniqueness in the same breath. Yeah, you just trying to make sure that what? You stay in your lane, as one would say, your proverbial lane. All right, but a great thing about, again, in terms of what we're trying to do here, and opening this opportunity up in a way where people can see it for what it is. We speak about, certain assets, this, that, and third. They all have the same value at the end of the day, meaning there's buyer to seller, right? There's a producer, distributor, whatever. There's a downline in this whole perspective, right? The supply chain, there's a, whatever, right? C-suite, right? There's a workforce. Y'all get it. You running the business, right? You running the online business by way of Apple, by way of Amazon, by way of, Netflix, Wayfair, or Shopify, right? Or Etsy, right? But the thing within that, you get paid or rewarded for their what? For their short-term failure. Ain't that something? Ooh, boy, that said something then, didn't it? Seemingly, right? But we did. You get paid for their short-time failure. When they slacking, you get the what? Making money. They get to acting up, you make money off their what? Their failure. Or their inability to what? To perform at a high level. I said that way.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. Their inability to perform at a high level all day, every day, you get a chance to capitalize on that. That's crazy. If you're on a job, you need the job to what? Make money. If not, you ain't gonna have a job. See, there ain't a difference over there. You can't short the company, right? Unless you the destined one to be what? Unemployed. Right? I'm gonna short the company today. I'm gonna sabotage the company, so to speak, right? Make sure we don't have no, place of business to come back to work the next day. Good luck. Here, no holds barred. Look at that. Kiss the 200 moving average. Kissed it on the hourly. Kissed that 254 buck out of there. Straight rejection. McKimbo style, waving the finger. Get that out of here. Right? No matter, again, correlations. Right? Correlations. And you have the right ingredients on the table at the same time, a weak market too. On top of that, yikes. They be saying yikes. Right. So it's very interesting to be an investor and a trader, or a person who's of the mindset of wanting to become more financially literate and understand how the world moves, right? These different moving parts, these different players, right? What we're seeing in Russia and Ukraine situation, how that affects the global markets, right? It's neighboring countries around it, and Poland and Sweden and Finland and Europe and Britain and Germany, all this stuff. They over there crying and this is this and that. They want to sanction, but they can't afford the sanction because they ain't got their house in order. That's what this is all about. And they're mad because China on lockdown longer. Which also made it even worse now, because this is a what? This is a warfare. Do y'all actually think China's not sitting on lockdown longer than necessary to spite America for helping Ukraine against Russia? Do y'all really believe that's not what's happening?
Oh yeah, that's 100%.
Oh boy, at night, but not last night. And they're the biggest net exporter on the entire planet is Asia, or China, to be exact. But just say Asia. And the majority of them on lockdown, they got supply chain issue right now. Everybody can't get their goods right now. And yet some filthy mouth ratchet sit over there like, the commies, bro, them commies over there, bro. They commies over there. And here it is, your economy tanking. And you depended on them same commies, because your nation outsourced all your opportunity. What you got, bro? You ain't got nothing. You only as good as that last roll of toilet tissue come off that supply line. Let them.
Oh, boy.
Tough, boy. Joker got their whole mentality all messed up. I keep saying, man, boy, I be telling my ear, but boy, I hope Elon hurry up them rockets, Elon. I got to get away from here, bro. I got to go to Mars. I can't
get up out of here.
I got to get up out of here, boy. I can't deal with these people down here, boy. Common sense has to stand for something. And I'm saying that because, again, your market IQ value comes from your intuition, your ability to what? Assess, again, in an environment, danger, or we're talking about fear. Is it FUD or is it real danger? Make sense? When you send the markets at certain scenarios in different places, you ask yourself, okay, is this FUD or is this real, somebody need to pay attention to? The levels that you present yourself through a moving average, or a cloud, or fear retracements, or fulcrum, whatever you put on a chart, ABC retracements, Elliott waves theory, whatever you use, guys, it's going to lead you back to what? Some buyers and some sellers and some what? Pivots. If it's working for you and you get in the bag, run it until it what changes. And if it changes, you do what? You sit on your hands or adjust. Oh my, you just have to adjust. That's gonna really, cause you to get a headache. Think seriously. You guys got to get excited for what you have afforded. Not that they give you the right to, or the privilege, not a privilege of that, because you earned it. You hear it, you get it. But I'm saying in terms of what you can do for yourself, you're doing this to prove it to yourself. Right? Because it separates you from feeling like you're what? You boxed in. You have no other what? Alternative, right? We say what? Tina, right?
Tina.
There is no other alternative.
Yep.
That's a lie, right? That's what you like. That's a lie. There is no alternative. What you mean I got to fill out a resume and go kiss somebody behind just to get, $7.25 an hour? I ain't down on $7.25 an hour. You got to do what you got to do until you can do what you want to do. We get that. Right. But you got options is the whole point. If you're more savvy to work with your brain than your legs, backs, knees, right? You'll figure out a way. People do it all the time. People go from zeros to heroes all the time. Mm-hmm. Because they got willpower and they serious and they hungry. We all been there. A lot of us probably there now. Wherever you are in your journey in this, you don't give up on you is my point. Don't give up on yourself. Don't short sell yourself. Y'all know my little favorite saying. Don't short sell yourself, bro. Why you want to short yourself? Don't short sell yourself. Right? And don't get with people that's going to force you in a position where they're trying to force you to short sell yourself. Right? Don't short yourself.
Absolutely.
You know what you hear. You know what you sacrifice for. You know why you stay up late. Right? You know why you're doing those things. You know why you studying when other people inebriated in a lot of trivial things. They drunk on trivial stuff. You're like, no, I'm in my zone, bro. I'm in my element now. I'm trying to do something for a rainy day. That extra little 15 minutes, that extra little 30 minutes that you had, that little extra little 5 minutes you get, use it. That saying goes, use it or lose it.
Yep.
It's gonna pay out. It's gonna pay off at some point. It's gonna pay off. Right? The market is saying like, hey, I'm not going nowhere. Right? Look at that. Ooh, boy, I can't even get this thing in the focus here. Look at all that right there. Goodness. Started from the top, now we're here. Right? 2022, this start was at 205. Now it's at 67. It hit a high of around about what? Wayfair was up here around double topping up here, triple topping all up here at near 350. Clear as day. And it was a stay-at-home COVID play. It had its biggest bang during COVID. E-commerce. E-commerce discretionary stocks got taken to the woodshed today. All of them. Go figure. How did all of them have earnings run the same time too? Ain't that something? Couldn't make this stuff up. eBay, out of there. Shopify, out of there. Etsy, out of there. Amazon week prior, out of there. Wayfair, out of there. What are the markets saying then? Apparently they're saying something. That e-commerce, discretionary trade is in a coma right now. Anybody buying them items like that? Look, you know the business because you follow You follow the money, right? That's what's going to, again, give you a good read on all this. So, for what we're trying to accomplish, it's more than worth it to submit yourself to, gaining better perspective. If they say you ain't made it till you go over about 10,000 charts, that's on the technical side, but the fundamentals is always important to realize the nature of business. If we go over here, like case in point, right? You shouldn't have to struggle when there's things out there, or they say, what they say, Jerome Powell, Jerome Powell in his tool belt, right? In the tools, he was talking about he got these tools for a long time, right? You ain't seen not one of them. Like, man, he talk about some tools he got, but I ain't seen him deploy not one of them that really work. He must got some bad tools from China or something. I don't know, boy. Look, he ain't got that good stuff. They're breaking on him. See, this right here alone, right? Look at this Netflix. This is Netflix. What's wrong with this picture right here, guys? Anybody see what's going on right here, real quick? What's going on with this picture right here?
The long-term debt is equal of growing to the shareholders' equity.
Now take it, if you can't, take a little bit deeper over. You're on the right track.
So basically,
in layman terms, a little bit, what's going on with that picture? You know, to the best way you can explain it or describe it.
so the best way I can describe it is Netflix is basically going to be bankrupt pretty soon if this keeps going.
They can't swim up water, or is it upstream with concrete boots on?
Right.
They debt is almost equal to the equity that they got. So they ain't really building. They ain't not making no revenue.
About $3 billion. That'll be gone another year. Yeah.
Y'all see that, right?
Yeah.
That $3 billion, and you talking about like, and here's what's interesting, because shareholders' equity is what? It's only as what?
Man, that can go the other way.
It's only it's sustainable if they holding the shares.
Yeah. And we can dump them at any time. If they talking about doing these ads and stuff like that, people gonna leave faster than they built the damn ads. So,
and I'm talking about a subscription as a service, one trick pony. They got to find other ways to make money.
Yeah,
this is a ticking time bomb, like you said. Oh, but they could be bankrupt before you know it. But they spending hundreds of millions of dollars on content and giving it literally away for what? Basically what? Well, before they were giving away for what, $13.99, $12.99, whatever.
Yeah.
No popcorn, no Coca-Cola from the fountain, no nothing.
Yeah, you can't get none of that. They just charged me.
And you get to watch as much you want, and you can share your password with your buddy.
Yeah. You can work the system, boy.
Boy, did they make that thing so good for you?
Can you see how much they have on hand, like cash on hand?
Good question.
You know, that's the thing right there. They have enough cash on hand, or capital on hand. They can buy somebody.
But here's the deal. Now, their cash reserve, right? Or in this case, assets allowed. You got assets, liability, revenue. Let me close this stuff here. It's gonna move around a little bit. See right here. Now they got total assets around 44. That's just what total aspect of the asset value, right?
Right.
In terms of the increased value, right? Now, that has something to do with what we call liquid, right? Because we talking about, what you got liquid, what you're working with, right?
Right.
Right. We seen the revenue, right? And we know what their debt structure look like. We just looked at the shareholder debt. We just looked at.
Bro, look they losing money still.
Yeah, I mean,
hate to say it,
but I'm going to show you. That's what we were talking about. Numbers don't lie.
How do you go from
2018, 20, 2019, 24, 2020,
29.
29. Now, this is great because this is a good learning lesson. So when you start to see that, when you call sequential growth, y'all hear these stuff when y'all listen to these conference calls, right? Mm-hmm. It's also known as what? When they start giving that kind of future outlook, it's called the what? CAGR, right? Compound annuity growth growth rate. Can you continue to keep growing on a linear level or be on a logarithmic chart until you get to a point where you start to what? Peak, right? Then they call it the what? The S curve, right? Or the bell curve, however you want to call it. Once you hit peak value, if you don't reinvent yourself, what's going to happen? Back out of there. Get him out of there.
But they peaked in what? 2020, 2021, early 2021.
Numbers don't lie. Man, see, look at that. They had the last good rodeo win.
March 31st.
2 months ago.
2022.
That last of the stimmy checks came out. Them last stimmy checks, boy, look at Joe like they went down flame with the ship.
So you saying they went from this to this?
How to?
Y'all see that?
Yeah, it's getting real thin for them out there.
Yeah, they could get Blockbusters. Being careful.
And that's something that they put Blockbuster out of business, and the same thing when they happen to them. But look at Karma. Won't he do it? Won't he do it?
Came back and got it.
Won't he do it?
Yeah.
Got
Gonna
him.
find some way to scam though.
Man, I don't know.
They spent hundreds of millions of dollars on bringing in people like The Rock and all these people to make all this, the type of content that you would show at a movie theater. You need all that overhead to bring that money back. And they were giving away for like $10.99. What was it? $12.99, whatever that description was.
Yeah, we were getting a good deal.
Right? It was all good just a week ago.
Yeah. A week ago.
See, numbers don't lie. Right? Them numbers don't lie.
They trying to charge us up some more prices now. They trying to rise the prices up so they can make some of that money back.
Margin, they're desperate now. That increase, and you have no other way to what? If you have no other trick ponies in the house, it's only so much time before that it fades.
All right.
I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up.
Jay Powell and his tools finna give them the money.
Man,
I don't know. You think so?
Yeah.
Well, being sarcastic. I'm just
yeah, it's sarcasm, but you know, what's the reality of them letting Netflix fail?
And I will say this: them Joker went from 700 to $180 something.
Yeah.
And short order time frame. Y'all know them short order. Y'all know where my short order cooks at, but y'all know what about short order, right? You know what that is. When that Joker on that hamburger grill, that grill, that Joker be playing Teddy Pendergrass, clanging them stackers on that grill. That boy know to work that grill. I got the boy cooking that cheese, cooking that bacon, cooking
the best burger in the world.
That burger be cooking just right every single time, boy.
Oh, dude,
best burger in the world.
Right? Working that short order, but in shorter time frame, Netflix.
Oh, look at that. Oh my God. Sunk like the Titanic.
Right? Let me put that date on it. That way you can really get the magnitude of that. Look at that boy, look at the Leonard Gresham band. That Leonard Gresham band looking like
straight down, they ain't there.
Bruh.
God, dog, boy.
And then y'all heard that little in the commercial, like your hopes and dreams and aspirations out of there. Your chance with meeting that nice little sister out of there, bro. Out of there.
Man, you got 0 chance.
I'm talking about, boy, your odds, boy, you're a bad man. You might would throw your little man. Look at it. Don't even go buy that Stetson cologne, bro. It ain't even worth it. Don't even go get that little black.
That's the wrestling stuff. They said no chance in hell, boy.
Oh, loan denied.
You ain't got no chance. Look at
short time frame. We just said at the beginning of the new year, right? Started from the top. Now we what?
At the bottom.
2022, this stock was sitting at $600. Now it's at what?
That's tough. That's tough. God, dog, man. They got beat.
December, it was based in November, it was at 700. How many months is that? December, what? January, February, March, April, May. 6 months. 6 months, you go from 700 to $188. Somebody make that make sense.
Almost 3.5 times.
It was funny. The financials matches the actual chart. If you look at it.
Well, you know that PE just been obliterated.
Yeah.
Right. You already know they did.
Yeah.
And it's still.
It was way too high anyway. Oh, their PE ratio was way too high.
And it's still overvalued. That's what's crazy about it.
Yeah.
Even though they'll tell you that it's cheap because it came down that much. See how Wall Street think?
Yeah. What's McCall said it too. Byron Allen did. He said it was a good buy. He said it's a good buy. I'm like, well, go ahead and buy it, man.
Right? You need to go on and buy him then. He ain't buy what that Black News Channel from that dude from Jacksonville Jaguar. They let it go right out of business. Why he ain't going to buy that?
Crazy.
Right? Right. Now, interesting enough, of course, we having a little fun too, but here's the deal, guys. We do this for a living. You got to be able to know how to assess that, right? So, of course, I got, boy, we got that circle there for a reason, boy. We got that scope. We got that scope on them, boy. We got that scope on them.
Yeah,
we got the scope on them, right? We know what's going on here. And no matter, and see, we drew them levels, what, a while back, well, into the before the last earnings, whatever. And this is why I say I love this stuff, because see, we do this stuff not after the fact. We did it ahead of time. When we did that earnings breakdown, we put some lanes on it, right? We put some respect on his name, right? And you realize that, look how this thing is respecting that right there. That means it's looking like it's at what? Last but desperation there. That's the desperation line right there. That's a desperation line. So I snaking at it, but they doing everything in their power to kind of hold that line right there. Hold the line, little Timmy. I got it, bro. I'm good, bro. I'm shaking, bro. I got it. Until he can't what? Hold it no longer. Who came to save them here? This day, that day, this day, that day, This is what day 7. Nobody came. That's where you can get these days right here. But even at this line right here, this 200. Who came to save them at the point right there? 7 days in. Stay of execution. Boy, they hoping somebody come. Something happened. They like, CEO, man, do something, man. Cook something up, bro. Come up with some kind of gimmick, something. Go buy a gold mine stock like AMC or something. Pull me, do something, bro. Something. Get us up off these lows, bro. And all I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, now I'm a trader above all things. Get above that line, close above it, show me some strength. Yeah, I buy some then, I play back towards at least, maybe not the 250 calls, but I'll play back down at least towards 220. But until I see confirmation, not happening. Short order time frame, 700 down to $180. $180 and some change here. Now, let me ask y'all a question. Is the market condition improving right now?
Oh, that bad boy out of there.
Is it getting any better? Is my point. Is it getting any better out there on the free range right now?
Well, it's a wrap.
Home on the range, what a deer in the antelope.
Just like that.
Is it getting better out there right now? All I'm asking, is it getting better out there?
Oh.
Because you need to be getting better out there in order for this to have what? A chance.
Mm-hmm.
Unless somebody come along and buy them out, they stuck at the what? At the behest of the broader market. They stuck. Correlation. We talked about that earlier. Correlation. SP 500 have any weekdays. NASDAQ QQs have any weekdays. XLK having the weekdays. What's going to happen to Netflix? Is it going to buck the trend? I doubt it. People saying that, having the same conversation that we're having now. Boy, them prescriptions going to be a little light in the belt, boy. Next, Yeah, they already shot themselves in their own foot with the boomerang dagger with what? Playing the woke culture, right? Woke culture, you go woke, you go broke. Shot their own self in the foot, trying to play that game. And the government ain't came to bail them out. Well, yeah, Jerome Powell, bail them out, bro. They went down fighting, sticking at the Putin. They stuck at the Putin, bro.
Mm.
Couldn't make this stuff up. So, man, it gets so exciting. Like the odds of this gap down 500 all the way down to what? 360 or 350. From 500 to 350. How much is that? $1.50. This one here, gap down from 340 to basically what? 200. How much is that? About $1.30, $1.40. 250 basis point dumps in less than how many months? In less than 3 months. Oh, that's a good business model. That's a good business there. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that is nice. This is nice. This right here. Oh, this good here, boy. This is good dip by here.
I can only imagine what Bill Ackman said when that happened.
That boy was hot.
He knew it was coming. Right? He knew it was coming. He had the bubble guts that day. You know he had the bubble guts that day. But like I can't cancel all my beats, cancel all my calls, but I'm stuck in the toilet.
I'm gonna grab my pet though.
They might have stopped that boy from jumping out the window.
Don't do it, Bill. You're a billion. You get it back, bro.
You get it back, man. Don't. You know, Netflix pull a fast one.
Right? Fast Freddy at 50 meters, boy. That's what they say in the military. Fast Freddy at 50 meters, boy. You can't knock that 50-meter target down. You ain't ready. They knocked him down, boy. He was out there skinny dipping.
Yeah, tough, boy. I sure wish I would have took that trade. God, dog, man.
Pennies on the dollar turned into what? Thousands. Like this right, that right there, like that right there. Y'all know what that right there came out to be. Know the cost, know the took to get there right there.
That's crazy.
That into that in a binary event. Well, what do we mean by binary event? When we say these binary events, it's earning plays in a lot of ways, right? We're talking about what? It's a what? It's a coin flip, so to speak, but it's based upon strategy and understanding what? Exactly everything that we're going over right now. When we're doing the recon on these companies, we're trying to figure out what? How well they're faring in terms of these reports, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they doing what they're supposed to be doing? Are they lagging? Are they what? Where are they? Binary event. Risk versus reward. Understanding the nature of what's going on in the marketplace, broader market, individual sector, industry. We open up talking about those things, did we not? You got to know how to play those, know what's going on around you, basically. And just like we say, now imagine, that right there was times, maybe 3, right? 9, that would have been what? Times 3, that would have been what? What's that, 45?
9 times 3?
You talking about the lot size, right?
Mm-hmm. This right here was just 3 contracts. Only had 3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Only had 3. I bought them what? The 275s. That cost me $1.50. And I bought the what? The 260s. They cost me 72 cents a piece. $300. Turning into
$15K. God, dog.
And so if I just go and throw that, go and throw the what?
Yeah,
throw the band on it. Right, y'all?
Throw a band on.
Throw the band, make it an even band. Right? Even band would have been rough around. The even band would have been definitely, 50.
God, dog.
Now, y'all know a lot of people took those trades.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we can do this in recon because it's hindsight 2020, but nonetheless, we were active in the aspect of what? Doing the work. We sat there and did that breakdown that night, and we dug, right? We dug that night. We did a little, and we didn't go deep as we could have, but we did enough to make sure we got what we needed when we walked away. Make sense? That was all that was needed. Because everything you do in terms of putting your money to work in any environment, entrepreneur endeavor, real estate, your own business, dropshipping, whatever you're doing, there's a what? A risk component, and then there's a what? Potential what? Reward component. Remember I asked y'all that in the last session. Why y'all here? Why y'all here? Right? Obviously, you're here for the reward. But that reward cannot come without understanding the what?
Risk.
The risk factor. What do you think recon is? What is it's understanding the risk. What are the risks denoted as? All the different what? Variables. What are all the different variables? When we talk about these companies, intimately, a Netflix or whatever, looking at their debt to equity ratio, we're like, man, that's that's ugly. So you got to ask yourself, if you say because the stock they got cut down to half, beyond half at this point, and you still go look at their macro perspective, right? And you say, is this a healthy company still? You see what I'm saying? You got to be able to square that with yourself. You got to come over and say, okay, yeah, I get it, right? I get it. And I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah. So make that make sense right there. And you say, is that cake ready right now? Is it ready?
I gotta bake a little more.
Y'all remember that movie with the girl when she baked that pie? She put that special.
Yeah.
Miss Millie.
Eat my.
Yeah, baby, Miss Millie pie. All right. Yeah, I got you, Miss Millie.
White only pie.
right. I got you, Miss Millie. Come on with it. See, you got to be comfortable being able to take it there. You may not be working with hundreds of thousands and millions, like a Bill Ackman, but as we say, they take L's too. It's hard for people to realize that. No, they don't. Yeah, they do. Warren Buffett just took an L too last earnings. Did he not? Berkshire got beat across the head last earnings. It got so bad they was up on the stage, basically cursing everybody out for turning the stock market to a gambling casino.
Yeah.
True story.
Was hot.
They were hot, but you ain't heard them get up there and rant like that in a long time.
Yeah, buddy.
Like two what they call grumpy old men up there, just grumpy, just going, they were just grumpy. The chicks ain't clear on. All right.
Yeah.
See, that's why it's an even playing field, guys. As much as you probably think it isn't, it is. Dollar was dirt poor. Dirt poor kid running around New York. Now he worth billions. Markets, straight markets. Juggles had aspirations to go into the NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, hockey, whatever you might have did. You're like, okay, something might have happened that might have got curtailed. Guess what? That's all right. I backdoor my success other ways, right? Put your brain to use, right? Put your brain to work, expose your body.
It wasn't me.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Now here's the deal. Now watch it right here.
See? L turn into a W.
Quickly, won't it? See, you got something special. You just got to make sure you move accordingly, right? Look right here. Now I'm going to show y'all something right here. Let me come down here too. Let's go. Let me show you this right here. Who this chart with the stock right here? Y'all know I do a lot of hint winks week, right? Sometimes I just post stuff. The stuff that I post more than 1 or 2 times, y'all know I'm actually looking at it, right? I do that purposely. I post in the group, maybe down my timeline, maybe in the Discord. Not that I'm telling you that you shouldn't, but these are just how I'm working in real time in the same breath. I'm also sharing my thoughts too, right? So I broke down a lot of stuff I was posting a lot of stuff on AMD recently, right? Of course, I had AMD calls in the earnings. Obviously, I did. Yesterday, I was posting a lot, a little bit enough, at least enough that I could, because I'm so busy, like on Wayfair, right? On the weakness of that, obviously, I had Wayfair puts in the earnings. I did. Cashed out on them today. And I posted about, Lisa Sue, in a few different ways, right? Just about who she is, Dr. Lisa Sue, because she's a doctor. I put some respect on the name. Very intelligent, bright woman. Y'all old school, especially you, Brandon. Y'all been around for a minute in this stuff. Some of you guys, y'all know what I'm talking about here. Chris, y'all remember AMD used to be trading like $7, $8 a share. I don't know if y'all remember that. AMD used to be like $8, $9 a share.
It was a
minute all over. We spend the Discord. I spend Black Box Discord. What's buddy them over there? What's dude them over there? What's their Discord? I keep messing it up. It's been a minute. It's been years. I've been in some Discord. But we would, we trade AMD at the time. AMD got their stuff together. When I say they got the right CEO, when we talk about personality for our CEO, because sometimes people buy companies for their CEOs too, right? That's why they brought dude back the Intel to trying to right that ship, right? He got a mountain of work ahead of him. But nonetheless, they know these people comfortable in doing stuff. What that look like right there? What that look like right there? Ooh, look at that right there.
Look at that debt.
Look at that right there. What debt? And then we're talking about like what debt? Like,
what
right.
Debt?
Like
Debo.
Look at that
like
debt,
Debo.
What debt?
Ain't them debt there. And
boy, that like a dream girl right there. Boy, y'all like, boy, I'm taking home the mama, right? Boy, I'm going ASAP, beeline too.
I like it.
I'm run out of gas trying to kill the mama.
I'll take you back to the crib.
Right, straight. Look at that. No, you bad go. I got you. What debt?
Right.
What
Fiduciary responsibility. To who? To shareholders.
Now, did she get appointed CEO, or was she CEO for a while? Oh,
Remember they brought her in. She got a point. She moved up the rank. Remember she came from the bottom for real because she's an actual true engineer, right? She got a doctorate in engineering, meaning she actually is a hands-on type of engineer. She is not a C-suite CEO. See, that's the problem with Boeing. Remember, Boeing got all these C-suite CEOs that didn't understand anything about avionics and what real true engineering, and they tried to cut corners, right? And they were outsourcing people at the staffing jobs, bringing in to work at Boeing. Man, this stuff I can go on and on. I'm not. I get on my tents. Y'all know I am. I be on this stuff. And that's the problem with Boeing. That's why these planes were doing what they're doing and crashing. Forbid that happens to anybody, but they as the saying goes, you make your own bed, you what? You lay in it.
Gotta lay in it.
If you're gonna follow the money, then dang it, follow the money. Get comfortable and learn how to follow the money. If you're gonna put your money in fertile ground, know what fertile ground look like. Make sense? We just looked at Netflix, debt to equity ratio, what it looked like. Straight acid, like they put straight acid on the earth. They salted the earth. Ain't nothing growing up. Salted the earth. Right? Napalmed it. AMD, 100% what? 100% opposite. Look at that. We're talking about being able to weather the storm of what we're dealing with right now. In this market environment. I don't have no problem with this. That's why I bought them calls in the earnings on AMD, several of them. And I like the company long term. Got it in my long term portfolio. Look, it got down to 70, like 74, 75. I'm adding. I actually did. And I said I've been very cautious about adding it into my long term positions lately. I'm not lying. These companies going to earn they keep. Now, this is a picker's market. It got down to 75. I add to it. I looked at their financials. I looked at where they're going. I looked at their growth. I looked at how they actually moving into the enterprise side of things now, like Intel. They finna take Intel lunch. They're doing enterprise services now. They had two big acquisitions that made my day. When they bought Xilinx, that put them in the 5G space. 5G, Xilinx is a big major player in the 5G space. And they just made another acquisition recently. They bought a company called Pasando. That Pasando acquisition, man, that's gonna take them to a whole other level on the enterprise side. They already working with Google, Microsoft, Apple through their server capacity value. Let that marinate. That conference call, man, stellar. Now, the only reason that stock ain't over $100+ right now, went back to 120 because what held this stock back from really ripping after them numbers that they put out for earnings? It's the what? The butterfly effect or the what? The broader market effect. You can only do so much when the market is what? Bat crap crazy. Based upon the binary event by the feds and this one guy got all this power messing up for everybody because he, y'all get it. I ain't got to go on J Powell, but look. But still, go ahead, O.
No, I was gonna say, but still, that's still opportunity for those who haven't done their research just yet to see these numbers put up.
Mm-hmm.
You still have an end.
Yep. See, this is why this stuff is important. And so when we come together, we think tank like this here. That's what it's supposed to be about. Each and every one of y'all individually gifted to do little things like this on your own and you find little data points here and there. You share them with everybody every now and then. Collectively, it's us against the suits, right? Of course, we ain't the Wall Street bets and the apes, right? We ain't gonna go that far, right? But y'all get it. So every little bit helps. You have to be able to look to the what? To the past to establish a solid present tense value so you can look forward to the what? The future. These debt equity ratios are nothing more than just that. A window in the what? Progress, pontification, or straight what? Straight trash. Either you buy that life or you not. As the saying goes, ain't no such thing as a half pregnant woman. Either she pregnant or she not. Right? Ain't no such thing as a half pregnant woman. I don't care who you is. Right? see, numbers don't lie once you know how to work. So whatever. Some people's like, well, man, ain't nothing out there was safe to be. Okay, yeah. Depends on how you look at it. Are we gonna be in this situation forever? No. At some point, there are certain stocks that are actually solid. And they're worthy of being what? Looked at more than the average stuff that we just that you normally would think you would run to because it's been what? It's sold off. So, but again, a la Netflix, that stuff like, man, look, they ships and sell. They serve their purpose. What's the other one? What was the other stay-at-home little play? Blah, blah. Several of them, obviously. Okay, Zoom. We on Zoom right now. Go figure, right? Look at that. Started from the top. Now we're here. I know Jugger's probably coming in late. Like, why are you messing up that song? That song ain't go that way. That song did not go that way. It do in the stock market. Started from the top. Now we're here. This stock was near $600 a share. Now it's sitting at a what? Even $100. $100. It's at $100 now. It was at 600 just a week ago.
Just a week ago.
Let that marinate.
Yeah, 20.
So let me ask y'all this. Was y'all not of the mindset that y'all didn't see this coming? Seriously. Be honest with yourself. Did y'all not see this coming? Or maybe you didn't see it coming this fast possible, but or you just didn't see it coming at all. I mean, where's y'all standing on this?
I didn't see it because I wasn't paying attention, but I should have knew it was coming, you know.
I didn't see it coming fast though.
Intuition.
Came too fast.
Right?
Oh, you too quick. Y'all right. Yeah, it kind of came up on you like, whoa.
Doesn't that chart look like Netflix?
Yeah.
Don't it look like Shopify?
Facts.
If I pull up Teladoc, like all them stocks like that, all them stocks that we know Kathy was buying and acting retarded about, right? Not just her, but started from the top. Now we're here. I can't even get this in focus. This one is so messy. Started from the top. Now we're here. 300. Now it's sitting at 35. Yikes.
That just happened.
Yikes. Well, somebody got some explaining to do. Somebody got some explaining to do.
Hands in the roll, huh? God.
Y'all moved the movie like y'all know one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, Teladoc.
Who the baby daddy? Who the pappy?
Who the
Can't
pappy?
get right, but can't get right. Can't even talk, but he definitely get it in, boy. Behind it, can't get right. Woo, 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 woo. I's the pappy. I's the pappy that baby.
That baby.
Right?
Yeah.
Hello, that baby there, boss.
I'm the baby that baby daddy. That baby that ball.
Hey, bro, he said he tired, boss.
Right?
He
You
tired.
want your cornbread?
Boy. Tell him about
like-
the gun line. Boy, you talking about the gun line. Look at that gun line there.
That gun line.
Boy. Well, you cross the gun line right here, I'm gonna shoot you. Right? If you even step 1 foot across that gun line right here, I'm gonna shoot you. They cross that gun line right there, that 200 moving there. It ain't looked back ever since. Look at that. I ain't making this up, guys. Y'all see it. Y'all see it.
They got shot and reloaded and shot again.
Boy, I'm talking about double tap.
Robin
Or
Hood
double
too.
tap style.
Zero Heads just posted Robin Hood is increasing the ACATS going out transfer fee from $75 to $100.
Can you pull a Robin Hood?
Yeah, because
Started
they
from the top,
got
now we're here.
Robin Hood is just like Teladoc.
No, on a micro trends. God, man.
God, dog, boy.
Yeah, we hit him up. We that was 2 box style. Hit him up. Right? Hit him up.
We hit him up.
It. Right? They can get that work, bro. They gonna get that work. They can get that work. They can get it.
Yeah. Well,
They
look
get
at that. Yes, sir.
Now they had the only thing that helped them out because they're still a young company. They came in with a flux of cash because we had a what? We had a traders revolution because of COVID. Only reason why they what?
Got all that money.
Mm-hmm. And within that, they start acquiring all the debt because they start having all these grandiose ideas. Look at the debt.
And they negative almost 2 billion. Oh, well, never mind. It was negative, but
yeah, struggling.
Still, but they still have what, 2 billion to play with.
Look at that. Well, that was back in obviously some of last year. But I mean, you think about where they're at now, they
still struggling.
Yeah, but y'all know the whole game. We talked about this when AMC came. Not AMC. Robinhood came to the market. It was almost obvious that they were looking to try to be bought up by a bigger player. It was so obvious. They wanted a TD or Charles Schwab or someone to pick them up. They still do. Interactive broker, they want somebody to come pick them up.
GameStop.
Right? That's who might end up buying them too. Think about all the crazy acquisitions that could happen. Something like that'll happen. Now they got a whole trade apparatus now.
GameStop.
But they hate Robinhood.
Did they make up
Robinhood did to us? See, that would be crazy though. Robinhood messed them up. It stopped trading GameStop that day. Them chicken went to 0 day in there, but it was so hot they couldn't cash out them positions. They couldn't buy more. But that was the most ruthless move ever in the stock market of our lifetime. We literally watched the mob pull rank on retail traders from being able to get a bag because they outsmarted them jokers. Couldn't make this stuff up.
That's real.
That's real spit. It got that bad. And what did the government do about it still today? Ain't nobody went to prison. Ain't nobody did nothing like that yet. How? How's that possible? It just happened literally about a month ago at the London Exchange. What did they do in the London Exchange? They did the same thing they did over here in our markets with AMC and GameStop. They pulled that nickel trade. Y'all remember that nickel trade blew up the London Exchange?
Yep.
Y'all know why they really did it though, right? I'm finna really go there now. Why did they really do it, guys? I'm gonna see if y'all were really deep in it. Y'all know one of the biggest nickel producers on the planet is Asian guy.
Yeah, I think he shorted. He had a big short. He shorted like 50 million or something, some crazy number he shorted, if I remember correctly.
See, it's all good until unless they can get their piece of the pie. This is a dirty game, guys. It's dirty out there. Ain't no difference on the job site too. See, you got to know what we're dealing with here, guys. The world is small. We get a chance to put the world into under a microscope as an investor and trader. Ain't that something? From our little comfortable area where we are on the planet. And we're moving at the level of, a quant dang near, a statistician, someone at MIT that only, focuses on one area of operation within their expertise. As the saying goes, they had one job. They had one job to do.
Yeah, one job.
And they mucked that up. Like, how's that possible? See, that's what makes this stuff great, guys. I encourage, to engage ourselves in an intellectual way where we could be challenged thoroughly in the rightful way, not against each other, but against the system status quo value, because these things actually have the ability to feed us. It's no emotional high over here. So we can come together like brothers and sisters and we can be comfortable in our skin and get this get this knowledge, then turn around and go get the bag. The same way we looked at Netflix trade. Imagine again, in a perfect scenario, all of us had a rack on it. In a perfect scenario, all of us would have had a rack on them puts. Everybody be up 50K right now. Let that marinate. We did the work that night, did we not? We surely did. We surely did. That's what it takes. So, but it's still up to the individual. We get that. But we're doing the work that we're supposed to do, is my point, right? We're taking the time to really test ourselves in a way where it's worth it. Because it is worth it, isn't it? Right? It ain't just information. Right. So these trends, these different ways of looking at things, again, doing the same thing over, expecting a different result, right? That could be good or
sanity.
bad. Yeah. the insanity that we require or that we want to fall into is the side where we just keep making all of what? all the money. Right? They eat up all the chicken. They eat up all the cookies and the cakes and the pies.
I like pig feet.
Right? You got to get excited for this stuff because again, it's look, it's a buyer to seller, it's a producer distributor, right? Any business model on the planet, we can dissect it. We can dissect it. I don't care what it is. We can dissect it from a base case, understanding. We don't have to go all into the molecular aspect of it. We just need to know all the nuances, the shakers and the movers, and we can make a very executive decision about the trajectory of that company going forward or that product. You learn all this stuff in proxy to this stuff that we're doing right now. That's a great skill set, if you ask me. That's just my opinion, right?
I agree.
Right? So I'm excited for this because, again, a lot of us get it, and it's growing on you all. Every time we come together, a little bit by a little bit, it's growing on us. It's growing on us as a collective, right? People that pass by us in passing, they come through our little channel. Again, we do things different. We go there, right? Your environment should be comfortable, and you should be engaged. As we say, there's no such thing as permanent this or permanent that. There's only permanent what? Permanent interest. If your interest is there, so goes your willpower right behind it. Your focus, everything. Again, she walked down the street, every head turned. Like, bro, y'all that little meme with J Pop be walking, and rate hikes and this, and then turn and inflation the other way. That little meme with the three people, y'all get it. But it's, that's what we're here for. We're here to be able to read those signals. Right? Stay the course, guys. Stay hungry. You're gonna find that sweet spot. The more you keep tinkering at this stuff and poking and prodding at it, like poking at an anger bear, eventually you're gonna wake up, right? You got to face the music. Well, the bear that's gonna wake up in this case is only gonna be what? You being faced with the reality that, okay, now you're starting to really, realizing the nature of why you're here. What keeps attracting you back to this? That light bulb goes off. You had that epiphany moment. Like, okay, this stuff starting to make sense, bro. It's starting to make sense. That should scare you. That should scare you. Because from there, then it's, as they say, it's all down here from there, right? Because you're going to keep digging, keep prodding, keep learning, keep expanding. And it's going to really suit you well. Your problem solving gets, exponentially an upgrade. You start looking at things a little bit more, clear, focused, and objectively. You remove a lot of implicit biases out your periphery. You stand on things that you believe in, of course, but when it comes to the money, you got to be able to pivot, right? You got to be able to pivot. Markets pivots. Markets do pivot. Make sense?
Yep. People be talking about stuff going on. I'm like, man, you don't even know what you're talking about, man. Just running your mouth.
It's a lot of time. Yeah, a lot of people, again, for what it were.
Putin raising the prices. I'm like, what? Get off my inbox with this. This is very uneducated. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. No, it's not President Biden. Yeah, it's him.
How the saying go, at night, but not last night?
Yeah.
They were born at night and last night. And they comfortable thinking that
they favor their president, they Democratic president. I'm like, man, y'all are so brainwashed and just untaught. You don't even, I ain't gonna say uneducated because you ain't even thinking and having the right mindset to even learn nothing. You just, you got all these biases. You think you know stuff and you don't. You don't know how economics work. You don't know how money works. All you know is you voted for your president, and he got to go get the bad man, Vladimir Putin. He causing all the problems. No, that's not how this works.
And they getting what? They getting obliterated at the cash register, at the gas station, at, at the bill collector for the utility. Started from the top. Now we're here.
That's my president. Okay, go ahead. That was president then. President gonna keep you broke, dumb, and blind. But if the blind lead the blind, they both gonna fall in the ditch. I got that out the Bible.
See, sovereignty matters. Markets gives you anonymity. It gives you a value of sovereignty once you move properly and follow rules of engagement. No longer are you beholden to a government,
right?
Another
Religion,
person,
nothing.
a Mr. Charlie. No longer are you beholden to these things, right? You don't have to take that mess from you. If you got your messed up spouse, you got to take that trash. Look, you can move when you got what? Power. Why we keep saying knowledge brings power, power equals profit. Here's the reason why I keep regurgitating that. Not that y'all have to, but I stand on those principles because I realize it now at this point in my life. I'm not going to fight that. I'm not going to fight that in this point in my life. Because I realize that we all know the hindsight is like the greatest comeback story ever. Why? Because y'all know if y'all were getting, if you guys were getting this stuff when y'all was like what, 12, 13, 14, 15, and I asked y'all, what would y'all be today? That's like what? A rhetorical question. I know where y'all would be today.
Sky's the limit.
You see what I'm saying? Y'all know where y'all would be today. It's not even up for debate. That's what's so crazy about it. It's not even up for debate. It's a straight rhetorical question.
Right.
Because it's time in the market, not trying to time the market. By proxy of that, you get better with time, right? Fine wine theory, right? You see these companies grow, whether they bought that life or they not. Right?
We
Majority of us on here
that.
definitely well above 25. So that's enough time in itself. How companies turn over in a 5-10 year time span, like 10-year decade turnover, industry turnover. You didn't see a lot of these companies come into Genesis. You've seen a lot of companies go out. .com, all this stuff, subprime, whatever. You've seen things happen. You typically get a good, decent crash per every 10 years, somewhere within that lot value. And then after that, there's what? New birth, right? New growth or whatever. Something else, better mousetrap comes along and try to fix what they, previously predecessors messed up before that. That's what evolution is supposed to be about, innovation, right? That gradual increase. So again, you're seeing that now with Elon to a degree, right? Well, somebody gonna come along and cook his books at some point, meaning gonna do something larger than what he did. Seems weird to think about it that way because we in the here and the now. That's evolution. Your kids got to be ready for that. They got to be rehearsed, game ready, and what about their life? Whose job is that to give them that?
Our job.
See how that work?
I pass the fat back. Market don't care about none of that. No religion.
Greatest gift ever is the gift of game.
Facts.
Not just the gift of gab, but the gift of game. This is a good game here. This is how money works. They learn in the world from their, again, wherever they are on the planet, they getting a crash course. Unintended on Robinhood. Started from the top. Now we're here. But y'all get it.
Yeah, boy.
Say I don't have no problem buying AMD stock. Let AMD come down even lower. Yep. Don't worry about little guy. He gonna get that in this in this little trust. And they're gonna go buy him just gains until something changes. I'm gonna load them up. Whatever those stocks may be for you all. Y'all know what I'm saying? Again, no matter how we look at it, we'll find it. You'll find it. Right. So again, you got to be excited for this stuff, guys, because it really does. I mean, look, man. I mean, I know by this point, you guys are really, it really resonates. It's been resonating with y'all, but it really is starting to resonate, right? That what we're putting in here is worth it. Right? It's worth it.
Right.
Right. And we're pretty much deputizing each other, right? In a way where we're going to help one another, right? That's exciting. To me, I think it's very exciting for that. because again, for the fact that, you know, we can come together and build something. We can come together and build something. Right. So each of these sessions that we put forth, you know, it's just for that. It's to really, you know, it's kind of what steel sharpens steel. It's to help polish up, you know, some of those rough edges as we still go through this thing of what, you know, as you know, this natural progression of learning. It gets better. Every time we come together, it gets better. If it's not my channel, our channel, your channel, it's somebody else. It doesn't matter. Just stay within the eco of what this stuff is doing. YouTube is a treasure trove of people putting in work. You got just, I mean, y'all know how to, you know, pull, you know, pick through the weeds to figure out, you know, which ones, you know, give you what you know you need or whatnot. That ain't hard to do once you realize what this market is all about. You know, when people kind of talking a little bit of everything, you know, when people talking more what straight, you know, straight line, straight to the point. You can delineate between that stuff pretty well once you get a good read on the marketplace. Right? Psychologically, you know, the whole reality within this. So for us, we, you know, it's a constant, you know, again, brick by brick by brick. You know, and it's gonna you're reaping the benefits more than you give yourself probably credit for. I guarantee, because now you're starting to look at these companies a lot different, especially if you buy their products or use their service. You ought to start looking at them a little sideways now, like, hold up, bro, hold up. Right, hold up, big swole up. Right. Mm-hmm. That's a whole different perspective now, because everything now matters to a degree. Like, Mary, you buying a little bit too much of that Heinz ketchup. Now we're gonna switch it up because they sucking right now. I'm gonna go get that Hunts. Go buy that Hunts for a change. I'm gonna punish Kraft Heinz today. I ain't gonna buy them Oreo cookies today. I'm gonna mess up Mondelee's business today. Right? I'm gonna do my part, mess them up. No, but y'all get it. It's fun. Right? It's exciting now that as an investor, you get to see all these different things you bring into your house. So whether, you know, it could be a good benefit even on the investment side too. Or at least, you know, a top competitor or whoever within that space. You know how to pick those things out. Right. So that's it. So me and Monica was supposed to do that little thing with Billy. I gotta get with her. Maybe we can get a chance to get it in maybe this weekend. We were supposed to talk about that today, but I know she's busy right now. But we'll get it in. Hopefully maybe this weekend we'll do it somewhere. And it's something that y'all can pull up yourself. But we talked about those things before when we went through like Start Engine and some of those things. How to look at these fledgling companies before they become, you know, publicly traded or whatever. But I'll get with her and maybe we can do it this Saturday or Sunday, one of them days, and we'll double back on that for even with the whole Billy thing. Because there is another company out there in that space that he's in. Actually, it's called Gaia. I don't know why I didn't think about it that day. I did, but I was thinking about something else. But the company's Gaia. I think they're really the only two that I know of that's in that space on the pure play side of that. So that'll be interesting. And I think Gaia, they're, what was it? I looked it up. Let me see real quick before we get out of here, guys. 1 second, fam. Let's go look at the macro trend just on GP. But they were, you know, they would be the only significant competitor to what Billy them trying to do, right? So y'all probably seen this stuff on YouTube too, like Gaia. Y'all probably seen them. They got hit up a hard by these old fake fact checkers. Yeah, I'll leave that alone. That's another conversation another day. Mm-hmm. But anyway, you know, they would, you know, they're kind of within that space. I mean, they like you know, break the bank kind of reality. You know, but they doing what they can to kind of move, you know, and take care of, you know, whatever the market share that they can take from their respective lanes, then they're within that realm, right? So this all this stuff, you know, they still got incomplete stuff, you know, here and there. Yeah, because I mean, it's still fledgling, right? But they're in that space, so they're trying to make some things happen. So we'll go over it. You know, we'll get a chance to dig into it. But this is just one of the competitors. I'm just showing you them. That's all. But anyway, that's it. So let me get out of here, guys. It's been a long day. I've been running errands from sun up to sundown today. So, but we got it in as we needed to. You know, We still in the thick of earnings season. There's a lot of companies that gave earnings tonight. A lot of them, right? This is when the market didn't have all the kind of, you know, off the beat path earnings. But guess what? Next week it's going to be popping, right? Next week, now this week is still popping too, right? But next week we got, I think, retail coming up. Retail for start coming down the pipeline. That's when they're gonna get crazy again. You got Costco, Macy's, Apple, all them type of store, right? That's gonna be another read because that's a big major read on the PCE, right? Personal consumption expenditure, right? Retail spending numbers and stuff like that. The Michigan stuff. That's gonna really tell whether or not, you know, how consumers are really spending, right? What are some of the habits? Now, interesting enough, what happened today and yesterday was what? E-commerce out of business. Well, and last week Amazon got what? Got their spot blown up. Turned out that they ain't getting that bag it was getting back in 2020, obviously, right? Everybody got beat up. Shopify, Etsy, eBay, Wayfair, any of those online e-commerce type giants, right? They got, I mean, literally lambasted. Now the brick and mortar ones gonna be interested seeing how people fared in those environments, right? So something to look at maybe early for you guys, maybe over the weekend, peeking at some of those stocks that got earnings coming up. Those retail brick and mortar types, Williams Sonoma, all that stuff like that. Go peek into what they got going on, right? Because that'll also give you a good read whether or not if they really say the consumers are flush with cash or people just buying ahead of time, stocking up on stuff in advance. Clearly, that's what they're doing. And these people still sitting there lying, saying what consumers are what flush with cash and this, that, third, and they doing no, they doing swiping in credit cards. That's all they doing, swiping credit cards, boy. Don't fall for it. Y'all know they swiping credit cards. Right? It's crazy, man. These people, boy. All right, that's another conversation for another day. but yeah, so that's it, guys. I ain't got anything else unless y'all got anything you want to add to the bill tonight. Any questions on the way out the door, guys? Anything y'all got? Thank everybody that came and tuned in on the YouTube side of things. Of course, you know, this Thursday night is our training session. So if we missed any questions that you guys might have had or posted, you know, we was in the thick of doing what we do, of course, on a Thursday training session night. We welcome you guys and we appreciate y'all, you know, tuning in on the YouTube side of things. But yeah, anybody on the panel here, any questions, anything before we get ready to roll out for the evening? Anybody?
Like always, over. Thank you.
Anytime.
Yeah,
you
I
already know
appreciate
it,
your time, Obo. We appreciate it.
anytime. You know, it's
Yeah.
we don't
Appreciate
Don't mess up the mood.
That's it. Right. Man, don't make me bring out the more, man. Make me get my greatest hits. Make me pull out that Al Green. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. I go get the Al Green, boy. Oh, you know, if I got them, I'll tell you, I'm gonna put them in a compilation one day over Sunday. I know you asked about it too. I'm gonna put them in the compilation and put them all on YouTube, and you know, we're gonna have fun with them a little bit. I don't even know where I stored them things at. It's so crazy, guy. You know, I be doing it in real time. I just dump them out there. Matter of fact, where is them things at? But yeah, but that's it. So you know.
Oh,
we're gonna do what we need to do.
that's one question I want to ask real quick, right? How do you distinguish which is the dead cat bounce or if it's going to be formulating a head and shoulder? Small ones though.
Well, obviously, a dead cat is, you know, that's a equal or greater reaction, right? Off of support, right? Either you hold that line or you what, or you don't, right? That saying going to such thing as have a pregnant woman, right? Either she's pregnant or she's not. If that support is strong, of course, it bounces, you know, eliminate the dead cat bounce, right? Because dead cat bounce is what the follow through, right? Or the proverbial weakness, right? They couldn't hold, right? Or they did not hold, as one would say, right? Really quick here, run over here. All right, so yeah, what's a good chart to have that? Well, SPY, obviously, yeah. Right? There's SPY. SPY is the greatest one. All right, because we've seen this so many times, right? With the SP 500, right? There are just many other stocks y'all seen on your own too. So clearly, right here, when we hit this this 415 on this area right here. Right, clearly dead cat, or double bottom, right? Obviously double bottom because we see the extension came up off of it, and it completed it when we crossed over the old resistance, right? In this case, we crossed over 200, which was a major moving average. In this case, that was confirmation that there was even more of a buy signal, right? Now, Dead cat bounce would be this right here. Perfect example right here. And this is on the daily chart. See this guy right here? Equal or greater what? Distribution in terms of back testing. They fail to hold that what? That marquee what? Support. And in this case, the 200 moving average, right? How big of a indicator is that? Larger than life, right? It's the 200, right? You lost that, flush down. You have almost equal or greater move to the downside than you had from the what? The retracement and back testing it. You gave that same equal or greater to the downside. Obviously extended even more, but it definitely came literally the day after. See right here? Even with this most recent move, I mean, they literally tried to slam the brakes on it though, in the back of the day, and tried to stipend the what? The dead cat bounce on this one. Look right here. Equal or greater distribution, tested resistance at 430, came back down. We broke below it intraday. See right here? Of course, y'all was watching today. We broke below it intraday. We came below that what? You know, down to that what? Down in that 410 area, right? We broke 410, right? Remember, it's not about what? It's not about what you did in the intraday, it's how you what? As the saying goes, it's how you what? It's all about how you close.
Close.
As I always say, if you break above a major moving average, I need to see what? 5 1-minute candles, or I need to see what? At least one 5-minute candle closing above that to let me know if you what? If they bought that life. Some people use different strategies. That's what I use, right? If I'm day trading or intraday trading. So in the same case, again, it's the same thing. It's all about what? How you close. You got to close above in certain areas in order for those patterns to what? To really what? Give you real what? Confirmation. Not make sense, Open Sunny? So if you saying
I see where I messed up at, because I thought the dead cat bounce had to test it more than once. I didn't know.
Dead cat is just what it is. Right? Accounts, as the saying goes, a dead cat what bounces how many times?
On that one, it bounced once.
That's what it's supposed to. That's true saying. That now you may not be familiar with, like, you still learning, of course, but so that's good recon for you. Go pull up what dead cat bounce mean, right? Of course, I'll do it real quick while we're on real quick on the way out the door. But this is a good recon, because like I said, you got to be comfortable being able to do what? You know, go through this stuff in a way to what? You know, mirror, you know, or at least, you know, get the understanding of how these things kind of what, you know, shape out of what they really mean. So again, just base case, right? Dead cat bounce is what? Is a temporary what? Recovery in share price after what? Substantial fall caused by speculators what? Buying in order to what? Cover their position, right? That's just a technical term, but let's go to something that's more founded, right? Let's go to our favorite Bible, right? Right? Dead cat bounce, right? Real quick here. Hold up. Where's my oops? Right. Y'all know me, man. Boy, y'all better start take that information to trial, boy. Go get that good game, right?
Wake up, trader. It's time to bring your portfolio to life at TastyWorks. Meet your new platform when you open it.
A dead cat bounce is a price pattern used by technical analysts to describe a short-lived recovery of a falling security. The term originates from the old saying that even a dead cat will bounce if dropped high enough.
See?
The bounce occurs when several investors close out short positions or buy a security under the assumption that it has bottomed out. A reversal only becomes a dead cat bounce when the price dips under the previous low. For example, Cat owns shares in Felix Foods, but the price has been declining steadily for the past 12 months and is now sitting at an all-time low of $10 per share, down from the $18 per share that Cat originally spent on the stock. Over the next 2 days, the price of Felix Foods jumps back up to $13 per share. Confident that this is an uptrend, Cat buys even more shares of Felix Foods. However, the following day, Felix Foods plummets to a new low of $8 per share.
Got him.
Unfortunately for investors, a dead cat bounce is often identified in hindsight, though some analysts use certain tools in an attempt to spot it early.
Make sense?
Oh yeah, I got it.
And I'm saying, and it's very well, in this case, of course, when you start, looking at it from the case of seeing it on charts, like a lot of different ways, or from different, stocks, whatever, it becomes very significant, right? Because as we see, we're already falling. We're already inside of what? Weakness, right? Which even denotes the value of what the dead cat bounce would really look like, right? Even more so is as opposed to if you was in a strong chart, right? Because if it was in a strong chart, it'd be more what? Sequential double bottoms as opposed to what? Dead cat bouncing. Or if you do have an inverse head and shoulder, and it's a bigger picture because you back up and say, okay, on a bigger picture, it's starting to really what? Show support at a given point. Now it's interesting when we show the head and shoulders at this, part of the value of the SP 500 on this side, when we say as above, so below. Now I'll do this on the way out the door. See right here, shoulder, head. This is another shoulder, right? They don't have to be symmetry, in complete, symmetry, right? In that perspective, right? Now here's what's interesting. That was on a bigger picture, right? That's over what? Many months from September literally of last year into where we're at today. Now here's where it's get crazy. On a shorter time frame, you see what's going on here? It looks like they're trying to what? Build another one on the inverse, right? An inverse head and shoulders. Make sense? Shoulder, head, and this guy over here just a little bit what? It's just weaker, right? But it's in a descending what? Perspective. You see what I'm saying? It's in that descending perspective a little bit, right? Now, one would say, okay, yeah, they trying to turn, but essentially that's what they're trying to do. They were trying to buy a bottom. They were trying to wait out enough good news where they can say we have a sequential what? Inverse head and shoulders. Now, this little guy right here, they didn't get a chance to even complete well, right? And then out of there, right? So now they got to work from this area here. But we up against what? We up against literally the Grand Reaper. The Grand Reaper in the SP 500 clearly at this point is what? That 4,000 line, right? That's the gap fill. That's the next gap fill. It's the 400, right? See right here? Well, I forgot they moved the charts down because of what? The futures, right? The futures messes up the charts over time. I don't know if y'all been noticing that. If you have it mapped and you'll have a different price structure the next time, it's because the futures market when it's selling. But nonetheless, it still got the gap now at around what? 395. When before it was a rough around about 400. Nonetheless, that's the next gap fill. Everything they're doing now is trying to protect that what? That air pocket, right? They doing everything in their power. But as of late, these gaps been getting what? Filled, right? On the way back down, right? The same way they went up, now they're getting what? They get their round trip ticket. Oh, God dog, I'm pull it down. Hold up. Come on, line. Here we go. Right? They're getting that round trip ticket now. So the same way when we put these lines here, right here, gap fill retracement on the what? On the retrace here, we close the gap. As soon as we close that gap right there, what I did? I bought a gang of puts. Right? See, you don't have to struggle with this stuff once you learn how to put them what? Put them handles on them. Right? Same way down here when we hit that gap fill down here. Right? That gap fill at 420, that was a major point of limit orders that were just waiting to come into the stock market. And they did. They bought it up, right? Off that first one, after the Russia wars kicked off. It bounced from 420, went all the way back up into basically 440, 20 whole points. Came back down, back tested a couple of times, went underneath it, and shot up from there again. Went all the way from that point, from 420 to what? 460. Right? Right? They really got what beside themselves then. As soon as we got to 460, everybody like, oh, the market is back, bro. We're going back to all-time highs, bro. We back now, bro. We back, Mortimer. I'll be like, hold up there. Hold up, big swole up. I bet to disagree. Right? And that's why on my Facebook, that's why I left that chart up there, right? This one right here, I pinned it to the top of my page for a reason. See right there? I haven't took it down. It's been up here since March the 31st. Notice that? Because in this moment, until something changes, this is the proverbial what? This is the top, guys. This is the top. That 460, that's all you got. That's it. That's the latest top. Until something changes, unless they can change it. They're going to need a lot of things to work out for that to happen. And you're going into a recession. You got all this degradation, economic degradation. You still got Russia. Man, look. They want so badly to take this thing back to the all-time high, but the news is, the data is catching up with them now. They can only pump for so long. All right, you only can fake it till you make it for so long. the market's already telling you in so many ways, like, bro, you got to bring it. So I'm leaving this pin on my page as a start reminder for any, right? Until something changes, that 462, that's it, bro. That's it. That's the top. Right? That's your entry year top from the perspective of what we're dealing with now, even though we know we came up in there the 470, 480 area.
But
we know what that was all about. This is, them working through the year now. Like, no, do something great now, guys. They really about that life and they pumping. Look, that's top.
It'll be like about 100 or something, like what 150 later on, 6 months from now, huh? Probably.
What do you mean, from the top, or what do you mean, like?
Yeah, they probably be like right about 130, probably about 6 months from now. Like all of others we've been looking at, or maybe a year.
But they got to work through it. They're gonna have to work through that now because they know that money is, woof, boy, especially with all the commodity stuff too. And it's a lot of jokers gonna have to wear it, but a lot of jokers ain't getting no good sleep right now. Right? They were so close when we got back to 462. And it was just, what, that all-time high was just so far away, even in that moment. Right? Futures down right now, which don't really mean nothing, but we know that the broader market is what? It's very, very weak right now. Very weak. So on the bigger picture, yeah, it looks like a double bottom here. It's looking like it's trying to play out in terms of another what? Or more so over a dead cat bounce. They saved it today, just enough. They did just enough to get it back up off that proverbial 410 level. Stay of execution. The pump yesterday was just that. Get it higher so they can shorts covered so they can get a better short position. Ain't that something? Only savvy investors know that. Jerome Powell didn't say nothing that was magical to change the macroeconomics of what we already knew that was coming. He threw one trick curve out there, trick ball, and he did what? He reduced the balance sheet runoff. It was supposed to be 95 billion. He reduced it to like 47 billion. Slick joker. Thought he was slick. Soon as I saw it, I called it out during our live stream yesterday. Remember that? I called it right on out. As soon as I heard him do it, I said, look, you think he's slick. Wall Street gonna try to rally off that. See, these people so all right, I'll be here for another 3 hours going in on that. I'll save for our next live. But y'all get it, man. Once you get comfortable, knowing how these jokers work, you can work better yourself, right? You can assess better. So I had no problem with that. I said, I'm gonna play the pump. I know what they're doing. I was waiting on it. I was waiting for it. That's why I didn't have anything crazy. Before that news came out, I was ready. I was dry powder, ready for what was gonna happen. Listening in, I saw, and I start, okay, I know what's gonna happen here. Yep. By the calls here, let's get this money. And I'm closing them out today. And then I'm buying the top because as soon as I saw we got up into that resistance at 430, and just to show how much I was serious about it, that I knew they was gonna try to run it up there. I didn't even play it safe and buy close in the money. You know what I bought my calls for yesterday were? Y'all wouldn't believe if I told you. I can show you back then though. I bought the 432s and the 430 calls. When we was at that time we was around about 417, 418. I bought the 430. Why did I buy that much out the money on a binary event of the Feds? Expiring literally, within that, value of time, short time spent. Because all this right here, this previous chatter up here, them calls printed over 377% in under an hour and a half. Basically about an hour and 15 minutes. 377%, and I sold them and bought puts. Crazy how this stuff works. But that's what we're here for. We're here to play the pivots. We're here to play the pivots. We're literally here to play. Go ahead.
But you say you bought the calls at 430. So I know you had sent that sheet. You sent a link yesterday in the chat, and it was showing how to do the different strategies and how to calculate it with the different options plans.
Oh yeah, option profit calculator. Yep.
Yeah, the profit calculator. So I'm new to the options, so I'm trying to figure. No, you said you bought the 30s. So how?
Yep,
Can you
yeah, that was
explain that to
yesterday,
me?
intraday. I bought those during the FOMC meeting when Jerome Powell was talking. I bought those, I was in lieu of the binary value because we knew that the market was going to really move when he began to speak because he had to bring context to his what they put out for us at FOMC. And I know you still learning this stuff, of course, but I bought them in relation to two things. And you're right. The value of the probability bell curve will allow those 432 calls to print based upon the premium, IV, things like that. And the value that we had momentum, of course, when we crossed over 420, or right around that point, we know that they need to get the market over 420. If they was going to try to pump it, it had to clear that 420, right?
Yes, sir.
I bought one underneath that 420. I bought one around like 417.67. I did not buy the other two until we crossed over 420. I need that confirmation. Then I said, if we cross over 420, we going up here close to that Then at 430. Because the 20-day moving average, see right here, the 20-day moving average, how it came down to 428. Guess what the 20-day moving average was yesterday? It was at 430.
Right, 430.
Right, 430 in a little change. Couldn't make this stuff up. And Wall Street ran the market all the way up there. They took it to 429. It was like 429.60 something like that. It was 429? Yeah, 429.66. Intraday, quick money, and they were dirt cheap. And I went cheap, of course, but I do little things like that just to be kind of weird. I'm quirky like that.
So the strike price, that's where I was lost on with the strike price. If it was 430 strike prices, and it ran up.
So real quick, let me run over here really quick. Where's the option? The option profit calculator right here. All right. Let me see. You got to put it in. I think it still can do it where you can do it where, because let me see. If I ever done it where it was, let me see. Let's see. 418. No, that's what if you're doing that stock. We're doing options. So let's say. Let me see if I could do it after the fact. I don't know if you can do that. I never tried to do it after the fact. Let's say 418. Of course, you buying. Yeah, because it's only going to read. Well, no, you could do it the previous day. You can. Okay, so let's see. Let's go. Oh, you can't. Let me see. What's the day? So the day is. Yeah, because you probably have to have the other version to do that because it's going to only give you what we got as far as today. Unless I'm wrong, I never tried to do that in the option calculator. I was going to go back and show you what it looked like yesterday, and I did it, in real time. And I should have sent that screenshot. I didn't. I should have sent that screenshot to you guys in real time, because you can see it. Because I typically try to do that stuff if I'm not too busy. I try to screenshot a lot of stuff I do while I'm also trading, which is crazy. Like, who has time to do all that stuff? This guy. I'm crazy like that. And I'm supposed to be focused on what I'm doing, but I'm too busy trying to share, train, share, and trade at the same time. I'll be doing that. And it's crazy, right? It's crazy. But I'm so meticulous about it because I really want to share in real time what I'm seeing. You see what I'm saying? In a way where you can at least get a little assessment on what you can look at too. Make sense? But it was right there, man. It was like, okay, I seen it and I was like, okay, what would be the profit if we get there, right? And I saw the percentage, it was right around the same percentage. I mean, it was spot on. It was crazy. It was like spot on. So, but this option calculator is like phenomenal, right? It is phenomenal for that, right? Because it really does, again, it can give you understand, like, especially if you're trading a stock into earnings. This is really good for that because you say, I want to see what it'll be worth the next day if the stock drops or whatever. You'll get a chance to plug it in and see what the intrinsic value, what that will look like. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It'll give you that, right? Say for instance, like those. Let me see if I can do it right now. Real quick on the way out the door. All right, so 17. 5. Let's say 4. What was it, like 4? We'll just say 428, just on GP. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Oh no, hold up. That's the first, right? I'm wrong. Excuse me. Up here. Right. Let me see which ones. I don't need to do that. Let me see if it'll okay, yep. No, this was the, oh, these are puts. This supposed to be puts. This alone. Do. Let me see.
At the purchase price of 17, I mean, yeah, the purchase at 17, does that mean it has to be at 400?
No, now that's mean how much you pay for the option. Like I said, price per option. It'd be like what you paid for it, right? You see what I'm saying? It's, you with me there, Ober?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, it's the price value for it. So let me see here. Dang, how did I did the other day? So no, those are wrong ones. So yeah, that's if you want to put it in manually. So let me do it this way. 4. No, that was, I just put it in. I put it in the right way. Let me see. Let me get that out of there because I'm trying to do something totally different here. I don't know if it's gonna because you got to set it for the put. So let me go long puts and get out of here. That's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm sitting there trying to do it in the call. I'm tired. Been a long day. All right, so all right. So you click on it, that's basically just tells you, you know, well, it's delayed at this point because it's after hours. So anyway, so we'll just say 428. Let's go 117. 5. Let me see. Manual. Price. Got a pop up, do I? Let me move this out of the way. Buy side. Oh, option. That's what it was. It was the I don't know why I'm tripping too.
Got you burning at midnight, oh man. I'm sorry, my brother.
No, it's all right.
I know
No,
you
it's
tired,
good.
man.
It's good. It's good. You got a word. You got a word.
I guess
Gotcha.
I guess what I'm confused on is this is what I mean. I
There we
know
go.
I'm still new. Okay, I'll wait.
No, you good. You good. So
I was saying I was just my confusion. I guess is I was should I be looking to get my strike price more below, or is that a different strategy? Is what I'm.
no, it
I guess that's
depends.
what I'm
No,
saying.
it depends. It depends on your risk profile and time. Of course, in this case, and see, options a little bit complicated because I know you still learning kind of, you know, intermittently in those aspects with equity.
Yes, sir.
And sometimes I go into options like that, right? But ultimately, you know, it depends on time because options you're dealing with time, right? Time decay. It's like a contract. You got so much time to complete a contract, fulfill that obligation where you can exercise it, own the shares outright, or you can just trade it away, right? And be done with it, right? So you're playing theoretical intrinsic value of a directional bias. And basically you're getting more for less because what? You don't have to, you know, basically you'll be getting, you know, it's like, you know, the theory of you getting more for less, right? You're getting more for less in this case, right? In this case, more for less, right? So hold on, let me do this thing. Let me change it out. Okay, I'm tripping.
We should do an episode on strangles and straddles because what he's talking about is how far out the money should it be, and if we're on strangles and straddles, he'll understand.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're talking about being able to kind of map those those pivot points, right? So I was trying to make that, you know, that assertion within that, right?
Okay.
So it's important, right? Because now you got a good understanding, you see what I'm saying, of what that will look like. You see what I'm saying? You
Yes,
know,
sir.
given those situations. So right here, see those, see right here? There they go right there. See right here?
Yeah.
See, though, remember when I was posting it in the group today, and I was up, I'll tell you, I was up like what? Like 1,300%.
Yeah.
See, you know, that percentage is telling you what it would be like if you was able to catch that whole entire move, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the peak, it was up near 2,000. I was only able to capture 1,300% from, you know, from the point from when I bought in at it.
Where'd you buy in at?
I bought in a little bit around about 427, 426, 427, somewhere around there. So that extra little 200-300% that's not accounted for, that shows you the what the basically the, you know, the what's the word I want to say here? The accuracy of what that readout or percentage gain would look like. You see what I'm saying? Now I only bought 5, of course. So, you know, you're talking 5, you know, in the value of what? You know, rough around 200, you know, 200 plus dollars. The biggest one was like 260 some odd dollars, because I sold 4 of them a little bit earlier, right? Around about the 1,000+%, right? And the other one was right there. So it was rough around about like $1,000+. You see what I'm saying? But I only paid like $85, right? So as you see right here, I bought 5 at 17 cents a contract. It was the 4, no, what was it, 4.9 or 4.7 puts I bought. God, dog, it's been a long day. I posted it though. Y'all seen it. It was one of them. It was either 4.9 or the 4.7. I might be wrong. It might have been 4.9s. Either way, but that's that option calculator to give me that. It gave, you know, it gives you that readout, right? What that would look like, right? Given you caught the entire move. Because see right here, I got it. I had it posted at around what, 428, right? So let's say 426. It was like, let's say 420. It was either 426 or 427, somewhere around there, right? Let me see if it'll read it from there. Hold up. It's showing the range of, oh, they're just showing the stock range. Yeah, it had to have been them 4. It was around that 4. It was around about 426 area, somewhere around there, give or take, right? So, you know, granted, now I might need to kind of go out and come back in and do it. That's probably why I'm still trying to, you know, it's not giving me that. But it was right around that point. It was right around that point. I know that much. It was right around that point, right? So it settled at, see right here, it settled at in the middle around about what? At 9:15, right? Because remember the market bounced. It went down to like 410, and then it bounced back up to like what, 413, 414 to the close, if I'm not mistaken, today, the SPY. So the settlement price was at what? Still over 1,000%. Of course, I sold that last one. Remember, I put it there. I said I sold. I changed my mind. I sold that last one at around about like 4. It was like 410.40 something. It was like 410.40 something on the SPY. Right, that contract was up like 1,300+%. Right, in that moment. Right. So of course, if I held all of them, you know, beyond that, it'll reflect, you know, the entire value of that. Because I put down 5, of course, but you know, maybe if I just did show that last one, maybe that'll help. I don't know if it'll do it from there. It will, I'm sure it will. All right, it will, yeah, because it does. See right here, that was the profit. If I would have sold it right at the bell, but I sold it again, you know, 300% what more in the money. So now you can see that's an accurate readout. It was like 240, 50, 260 some odd bucks for that last contract in profit. That's the profit value of it. Does it make sense? I know it's a little confusing, but next show we do, I'll come back and doing an intraday live stream when I have all my faculties in place. Right now, I guarantee you, my brain working on straight mush meal right now. Like, you know, as they say, the pork worm still eating my brains right now.
I appreciate you, over.
But that's what it will be. That's the accurate read of what that profit value will be. So if you swinging puts or calls right now to the week, like do any of y'all got some positions out right now in options? By any chance, anybody?
You said anybody got what?
Any options open right now?
Yeah.
Into tomorrow. What you got?
I got Tesla into tomorrow.
Puts or calls?
Puts, of course.
All right. Well, you might have bought the dip at the close now. I don't know now. Hold up, big spoiler. How you might have bought that dip?
It's a put market right now. It's the Putin market.
All right. Putin on it. All right. So you bought the well, let me see. Let me see. And we could be theoretical. You don't got to.
Well, at first I had got a cheap nigga in the money. I mean, excuse me. I had the in the money, but on the cheap version, and then I did a straddle way out the money.
What's the how far? Where you went? 6, 7, 700? 500. 5 even. So that so yeah, they at the close it was just at $1, obviously. Because they ain't gonna give you anything outside of that, right? So let's say hypothetically, you bought what, 1 or 2? Or just
at $1, I bought a bunch of them. I actually bought like 10 of them, I think.
All right, so do 10, right? That's why I love this. Man, I love this thing. Now the option calculator gonna help you out now. That's what y'all love this. So they expiring for tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Right. These next okay, tomorrow. Okay. Go ahead. So let's see here.
Yeah, looking for it to get a extra $1. So basically, whatever my change is left over from whatever deals I do or contracts I do, the leftover change, I look for straddles outside of the box. So whatever the straddles make, it's, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna take that off the top.
Well, I mean, no worries. I mean, it's just showing you, it's just a theoretical value, right? So theoretically, of course, in this case, you risking 10, obviously, just to give you an idea what the break even cost, you got to get to 5 hours. But the way that Tesla trades, right? The way that it trades. Now, if you have any kind of pullback until the value, basically you won't become profitable until the stock, hits or exceeds 689. Now, here's what's crazy about Tesla. Now, these are what they call settle prices. Now, this is not an accurate readout on profits calculator for this reason. Why? Because when when Tesla's trading real time, this stationary readout does not delineate between what the IV change that happens in Tesla a lot. Make sense? Because it carries a big premium. A lot of people day trade Tesla, right? So it'll show you right now that the only way you'll be able to make money unless the stock hit 689. But I can almost assure you, if the market open up tomorrow and say, for instance, Tesla, let's say Tesla gap down from 877, and it opens up tomorrow, at the open of the options, let's say 860 or 858, right? Whatever, right? This right here will obviously change because it now has to account for all that extra premium that was captured in those who were trapped about 877, right? More likely these people gonna sell, right? That money now favors the put holders. Make sense? Now it'll say 689 before you become profitable or break even, right? Now that may change and it may read like 754, right? 741, somewhere around there. You see what I'm saying? That'll be the level before those puts start printing. You see what I'm saying? So this is the theoretical as a stationary static read, but when the market opens up tomorrow, it'll now change to reflect what the premium is it's assessing at that particular moment. The same way how SPY does that a lot, right? This is just completely theoretical. Now, of course, if the market, on the best case conditions, without even all those things happening, if the market just kind of pull back tomorrow, around 663, of course, those you'll be up 200%, right? If you got that kind of pullback. But again, this is not account for real-time volatility in Tesla. So I can almost assure you, if the market just pulled back, let's say from 8, let's say if you came down to, hypothetically, if the market came down and hit like 800 tomorrow or 790 in terms of Tesla, if it happens early in the day, let's say between maybe 11 or 12, I can almost be certain that the $10 would probably be worth at least 0.5, if not a whole 100%. I'm almost certain that, just knowing how options work on that level, when the volatility IV increasing and the premium turns over with all the option traders that come in day trade Tesla, because that's what Tesla do. You can buy Tesla way out the money and make a lot of money. I've done it several times, right? Yeah, of course. Now you brave about that 500 now, but look, I hope they hit, right? I hope they hit. But again, anything can happen, right? But you got to still stay within the confines of being able to kind of, and that's what I do when I was showing you on the chart, like where we at, boom. Like when I picked those 430 calls, right, off the bounce, right here on the Fed day, right? I played all that, obviously, that volatility because the algos and everybody, of course, and I had a level in mind though, right? And so that risk versus reward was more what? Plausible. You see what I'm saying? It was more plausible for that opportunity to hit. Those contracts obviously, can really, move towards that value of premium value, right? Premium accrual value, so to speak. So, you can say the same. Let's say if you look at Tesla, you kind of, boy, look at that there, right? It's right. It did the same thing we were talking about with the SPY, right? It say that dead cat bounce. Well, it saved it for a rainy day, right? But they showed slam the brakes on it because it was about to get a little ugly for Tesla, right? Again, right around the level I was talking about, actually, the 850 area, right? That around that 850 area, right? Go figure, right? And it's right around that 200 moving average at this point on the 200 moving average on the daily, right? That straight line flat top breakout scenario on the SPY, on Tesla here, when it broke out above the 200 moving average here. So roughly around 857, 858. If you break that, then yeah, it could get a little ugly, right? It can get a little messy for Tesla here, coming down, at least to the bottom of the band here potentially. If the markets get real messy, like right now, the market's messy right now after hours. Like we almost down almost a half a point, like after hours right now, right? So, if you swung puts until tomorrow, for whatever reason, with the degradation of the market that we got today, almost down the limit down today, then as of now, of course, your puts are safe. So now that increases that intrinsic value again. We talked about with them 500 puts you talking about over Sunny, they may have some life in them tomorrow. If Tesla opens up gap down about $20, somewhere around that, typical Tesla though, they definitely have the opportunity to perk up a lot beyond that 689. They'll start probably perking up, even probably around, theoretically around maybe like 760, 780, somewhere around there, possibly. If not, even it's hard to tell because you need the market to open up, to really give you that level of what the premium will look like.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm looking for it. Well, usually on that type of stuff, I'll put my sale for a certain price. Like I know I'm only looking for the dollar extra, so I'll put the sale price on there. And when it's volatile shooting down in the beginning, it'll hit real quick.
Right, because that's what I said. You got to account for all that that premium degradation. I mean, those are people who are trapped, like call buyers. If the market opens up, gap down, what are they gonna do? They're gonna panic, right? They're gonna sell, get out of them, right? They're gonna try to keep any premium that they got, left, right? Most people do, right? They're like, dang, I'm already down, like whatever, right? And so that's what the option, profit calculator is not going. Now you can put in the IV too. Now I use it, but I'm not like crazy about it because you can come in and put in the IV too, right? That percentage value, right? And that'll kind of give you, like if you had a big IV crush right out the gate for call holders, right? And you change that, see right here? You see what I'm looking at now? See that 870, even though we at 877 close now, you would have to count for all that IV that's crushing on the call side. And so literally, if it opened up at say 877 right out the gate, or it dumped right out the gate, like most stocks do, when that volatility open rush hour traffic trading, you'll instantly get 100% on those puts right out the gate. Right, that's what a 77% IV right out the gate, IV crush. In this case, that would be a IV crush. Realistically, we'll say roughly around about 25 though, right? On average, right? But it depends, right? It really depends. See, that still puts you around, like I said earlier. Remember I said around about 757, somewhere around there. Then you'll be kind of getting ready to go make a little profit or break even around 728. Now, but Tesla's different, right? Tesla is different because, like you said, right, you get a lot of flushes out the gate, you get a lot of spazzes out the gate with Tesla. Tesla just one of those, them wild childs, right? So you can, honestly, you can map out around possibly around maybe 50 to 60 on the on the crush on the opposing side of the trade. And so roughly, let's say close around 806 or anywhere lower than that or inside of that, those puts start printing. Now, we have one of the real messy markets tomorrow and Tesla dropped, 60, 70 points. So you already know, and it happens before at least 12 o'clock. All them puts you got gonna print. I'm almost certain of it. You'll definitely, they'll print. You cross below 800, you already know you're going in the 200 range, from on and on from there. At this point, for every $13 point, $14 move at that point, in Tesla, you'll gain another 100%. So that you see here with the profit calculator, and on and on and on and on, whatever. But I mean, that's best case scenario, right? But guess what? Before you go to bed at night, you have the theoretical probability of making $500,000 on that $10 in the best case scenario. Right? Don't bank on it though. Don't you sell the house and hoping that work though. Don't do it. No, but no, it's interesting when you get to see how that look like, how you map those scenarios out next day. And you can pretty much go see what the IV look like too. It's not like it's kind of something that's, you got to theoretically guess. Of course, bar chart have all that stuff mapped out too. Right. So right now,
go
ahead.
No, I was gonna say what's crazy is this week I was actually taking a break, and then I just saw something so good yesterday and today. I just started like trading, and but I was trying to practice patience basically, to where if I want to turn off the trading, then I don't have to do it today. If I do feel like doing it, then I'll do it. But
right,
I'm so into it. It's just like I can't miss out on this money,
Well, yeah, it depends. I mean, you guys learning how to, structure, from a structured position, put on trades that gives you a good theoretical value. Now, I'm always going to tell you, it's good to have some time to play those, those kind of outskirts a little bit, right? But again, if you're doing it on a learning curve perspective, I can't tell you what to do with your own money. But you got to still play within the confines or stay within the confines of what the market is telling you, what's theoretical, right? As opposed to what's just, out there, right? It will be more of like a lotto play. That's what they call them, lotto plays, right? But, you don't want to get in the habit of taking those kind of as they say, penitentiary chances, even though it's not, it's only $10 or whatever. But, you work with what you got till you can get where you want to go. Ultimately, you're learning a lot about the market too, right? The essence of, in this case, premium absorption in this perspective, when one side is directionally wrong and they get punished, severely, and how that can really, booster, quick gains on the other side or on the opposite side. Right here, see right here, 155 people, 155, not necessarily people, but contracts were bought for that 500 strike put for tomorrow. Same thing that you bought, open. Look at the open interest, 3,000. See right here, I'm showing you that theoretical IV. So the IV stayed the same. Into the close, it's at what? 73. That's why I say you don't have to guess. That's why I took the 75. You knowing this stuff a little bit. So right there, so your theoretical IV is at what? 70 what? Basically 75, right? We'll just say 74 just for the sake of this, right? So let me show you again, just like we talked about. See right here? If the market opens up and flushes right out the gate on the call side, all you need is what? The stock to come down and hit 858. You'll instantly make 100% on them calls. Ain't that something? Get excited.
I think what is it at right now? Like 885?
877.
877.
Right. Somewhere around, matter of fact, I can check real quick to be sure. But I think it was like 877, somewhere around there. Oh yeah, Tesla. Yeah, 873. 873. Am I right, guys? Somewhere around there. 878, yeah, 878. We'll just say 878. Right, it closed around 878, if not mistaken. So yeah, if you get those that 20 point drop quickly in the morning, you'll be up 100% on them on them $500 strike puts. Crazy, ain't it? Same way how I did with those little the 407 puts I did today, right? A little $85, turned into base about near $1,000. That's crazy when you think about it, right? But that's why you gotta love
Yeah,
this
but
stuff.
if you betting like say with this, I wouldn't have did it where I left it overnight. But if it's on the page of where I'm more in the money or I'm more in tune with the whatever trade I'm doing, then I'm only going to do it for that day, and I'm actually watching the chart and seeing what the moving average is doing versus just waiting on it to the next day. You kind of gambling like that.
If you don't have direct directional bias, right? So that's why everything we do is obviously in relation to what we can account for, right? That's why you'll never hear me speak about any trade that I can't give you a 100% thorough breakdown on why I did it and why, and what was my, my overall outlook about it. Make sense? I got to be able, not just, I have to be able to convince myself for every time when I put on a trade that it has probability of success, right? Now, if it does not make sense to me, there's no need for me to do it just to see if I can do it. Of course, I know I can do it, but it has to make sense, dollars and cents. So I map it out. I do my tech, and then I do my intrinsic value readout that I come, when I bring it, bring it to the charts, and find my pivot point. Then I see, well, okay, what the option market looks like, right? Where is this money at, in around those certain areas, right? Because that has to matter, right? Within the IV value, right? What's my theta, right? Right? What's going on, within, the Greeks a little bit. What's the delta, right? What's that probability, so to speak, right? So yeah, it gets very, very, it gets very exciting once you start matching the market up with this opportunity, right? Or with the money opportunity aspect of it, right? Right. Those same little 4-6, what about, I think I keep going into 4-6, the 4-7. So they ended up being around about what? It's showing 460 something, but it's more than that. 460. The thing was up like 1,000. There's what I think it's maybe 700%, maybe to the close. I could be wrong, but again, at its peak, they were up like 1,900%. But look how many people bought them too. Some of that might have been intraday, but most important, look at the people who swung them. 5,000, right? Even the 4, I don't know, the 4.8s, 4.9s, and the 4.10s. Like look at the open interest there. Like all those contracts they're printed. I mean, the 4.10s were over like 2,000% today. Over 2,000%. Crazy, right? So yeah, it gets interesting. But the more you see these things, turn over, get comfortable being able to read the Greeks, and we'll get back into looking at a little bit of those kind of readouts a little bit more for you guys too. Because I know we go into a different round robin of different topics sometime, but I try to mirror the two, right? I'll speak equities, but I also try to talk a little option stuff too a little bit, right? So that way you can kind of get the best of both worlds. But they just complement one another ultimately at the end of the day. When we talk about bell curves, probability values, understanding what the Greeks look like in terms of IVs, the binary events that come along with earnings, where you need to start to open up and expand if you are not trading a neutral trade like a butterfly or a collar, something like that. If you're doing a strangle, that's what it is. You cornering the market in that moment, right? That's what you would be doing. You cornering the top and you cornering the bottom, so to speak. It's a hedge. It's a natural hedge. That's all it is. It's a natural hedge, right? So, there's value in both. That's strategic, though, that you're doing that with a lot of strategy. It's not just, okay, I'm just going to see what's going to happen. That's strategy. But it has to be within the confines of what, can give you a potential value of to boost your intrinsic value for the net debit that you're going to release. All right. So, but yeah, so hopefully tomorrow if I get chance, of course, I'll try to do an intraday live. Maybe I'm gonna try. Right. It's been a very busy week. A lot of stuff going on. So But if so, then we'll do it in real time because I want to be able to show y'all that in real time too, right? Some of you guys probably already played with it, already know what's going on, but you'll see how it'll change obviously during the intraday because it has to account for all that new IV change and all that stuff like that too, right? So there you go. So yeah, play with it, guys. Get familiar with these little things. Again, that's we in our Jerome Powell tool belt thing, right? Our tool belt, right? And get them tools. We got them tools. Use them, right? Use them, guys. Get used to seeing them and get used to playing with them. Right. So what we got here. Somebody got a question. Oh, that's just the chat. Okay, I see. How do you she's sneaking and came in the building. I said creeped in the building. I usually place a $10 put. How do you play? Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah. So you came up in here late. You're gonna have to hit that rewind. All right. Well, I know you be busy, sister, because she been getting it in lately. But you know what I'm gonna say? Crawl before you walk. Get familiar with these platforms. Get familiar with these little, calculators and things of that nature. The option flow chart. Get used to hanging out in those spaces, right? Eventually, it's going to begin. It's going to begin to make sense to you, right? It's going to, really unveil itself to you, right? And from there, we'll just kind of keep building from that. All right. So I'm out of gas, guys. My brain is on fleek right now. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a long day. So
I appreciate it, Oba.
I'm gonna come back over again because I really want to go into that because I know I was rambling a little bit. I am really tired. I can see that I was done. I had to crank my brain up by another 2 seconds. And I was like, hold up, bro.
Nah, I understand. Shoot, I know it's dark over there. Like, you see how bright it is out here. I just came from grocery shopping.
Yeah, it's just that. I've been up since since the roosts were crowing, and so the market would drain you, especially as a day trader. It would drain you. Just be honest in that. But I always say I'm built for the kill, right? That's my whole mentality. I want to always be built for the kill mentally, so I can operate when necessary. So it's okay sometimes. I don't mind, right? It's a word of sacrifice for the fam. So, but I'm gonna go back over it again. I am because I want to be able to give a coherent breakdown of what that looks like. I had in mind to want to do it tonight, to be exact, to be honest. And I just got caught up in the other aspects of what we was talking about as far as the market. Right. So we'll do it again. We'll come back and do the option calculator and I'll do it in real time when I can really give you, solid, a coherent, solid, breakdown on how to use it in that regard. Because it's, again, it has the whole gauntlet. If you're doing butterflies, collars, if you're doing put spreads, and we got all of it up here. Poor man, cover calls, calendar spreads. If you really deep in all that stuff, naked call, naked puts, right? You can get a good understanding of what that looks like. Right. So we'll come back and revisit it again. No worries. But I posted it. So if you guys don't have it already, y'all see it's in the group and then also in the Discords too. So you can play with it a little bit. And just kind of tinker around with the numbers because it's gonna give you what it's gonna give you based upon the numbers. Like you just plug it and play, and that's all you're doing, really, at the end of the day. All right. So that's it, guys. So I ain't got anything else, man. I'm out of here, man. My brain cooked. It's on empty and my stomach touching my back. So that means it's time to eat. So if there's anything else, guys, I appreciate everybody again, as always, coming through. Everybody that might have tuned in on the YouTube side of things. Appreciate y'all patience over there too. And we'll be back at this thing again. If you haven't seen, obviously coming in a little late, Miss Shanique. I know you've been busy with with life, but you definitely can rewind this too if you need to. And we have it on a 2 for that reason too. So you can get your little recon of what we're doing today as well. Right. That's it, guys. So that's it. Anything else, guys, before we hit the door? We out of here. Everybody good? Everybody good?
Peace. Appreciate you.
Yeah, throw that don't mess up the move on.
Say again?
I said throw that don't mess up the move on.
Oh, you talking about
Don't mess the groove, right?
I missed something. You talking about the
dude with the
the video thing.
Yeah.
Let me see if I got it up here.
Classic.
Let me see, y'all. I mean, pull up. Gotta go on my
Don't
trick bag.
disturb this groove.
Let me see if I got that
Nah,
trick
not
bag.
that. I'm talking about the stock video.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, you talking about that one, the one we did with the that one I be having playing on YouTube where we like early season, all that stuff like that. Let me see if I can find real quick for you over on the way out the door. I can accommodate that. I'm pretty sure I can do that for the fam. Let's see if I can find them. I had them stuff strolled all over, doggone, all over my doggone thing here. Let me see. Where he at? Where he at? That's over there. 1 second, fam. So let me do this real quick here on the way out the door. Some of y'all, I mean, I know some of you guys are already tired, so y'all can definitely, enjoy the rest of the evening. I'm gonna pull this up on the way out the door. Let me do this real quick here. While I pull it up real quick. Let's run over to the features real quick, see what the market doing. See who getting kicked in the teeth tonight in terms of the Bulls or the Bears. All right, let me see where we at. What the blue screen stuff? What y'all doing over here investing.com? Oh, I know. Oh, my RAM all over the place right now. All these screens open. There we go. This future popping here. What was messy today? 1,000 points on the Dow. Goodness. Yeah, it'll update in a second here, possibly. We got. Let's see. Let me close that. Let's see. Yeah. Where we at? Where we at? All right, so y'all give me a minute here, guys. One second. Scan docs there. Over there. I'm pretty sure I moved them to the let's see. With me, guys. Bear with
Is anybody doing anything on Shopify? Did it go silent?
I'm pulling the video real quick. Give me a second. I got you.
No, I was asking if anybody was doing anything on Shopify, because Shopify is supposed to be doing like I think a 40-to-1 for they're trying to buy back shares right now.
Yeah, they got the split coming up. Them, Google and Amazon, well, and Tesla too. Actually, still waiting. We're actually waiting to figure out what they're gonna do. That's one of them definitely waiting on myself personally too.
I actually think that Amazon and Tesla is going to wait until after majority of people are done with their correction.
Yeah, but they already got their dates for Amazon. I think they're doing theirs in June, and they might be doing that time when the market might have got right. But they already got tentative dates for theirs June. I think June is Amazon, and Google actually have theirs in, is it July? One of those days? We can pull it. I mean, they already got their dates, tentative dates. We'll have to see what the Shopify Tesla ones will look like. If they already have a date or not. Because most times they'll list it, they actually list it. And sometimes they won't, they'll just, say we're gonna do one, then they'll come back when they feel like they got a read on what that will look like. Or when they would actually go ahead and perform that split. But I'm pretty sure like all those stocks people will be waiting on, right? And the cheaper they go now into the split, that'll be interesting, right? That's gonna be real interesting.
You think if they get too cheap, they still going to split?
That happens sometime. Actually, it does happen sometime with some stocks that split. And in that case, then they can just they can choose not to, and just okay, the stock is already intrinsically reduced by a third or a half or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then they'll just run it as is. So weird how the market does that though. It's kind of like when the Fed said they're gonna do a rate hike or a reduction in the bond markets, instantly start making that move before they even actually start doing any hard tinkering with the marketplace, and it'll start already accounting for that correction. Interesting.
Yeah, somebody had mentioned about AGRX, and I had like 1,600 shares, and then the next day I was waiting on a jump because they had got a notice from the SEC that they had to reach $1 within a year. So I was waiting on that jump, and then they hit it with the split and started going tumbling.
Yep. That's exactly how that works in terms of of course, those when you got they have to adhere to that, that standard, to be listed. You have to be above $1 for so much long or for a certain time, whatever. And so they do. So I mean, it was obvious that they was gonna do it because they just literally walk that stock down to the ground. And of course, I definitely know AGRX very well. And the CEO just really messed up that stock. But I guess it's one of those moments where you say, okay, well, it gives them more people basically look at those stocks and say, well, I'm gonna short it, right? I'm just short it now, short it back down, whatever. That's basically what's happening now until they can figure out how to get their act together, get their revenue, everything.
Yeah, they tried to up it because in order to short it now, you got to pay like minimum $350.
Yeah, or just buy the puts. Most people just do it through the puts. Just kind of catch the market off, off their little game or whatever. But yeah, so yeah, I've seen stocks do that all the time. Man, split and get shot down before they get a chance to even benefit off off that share reduction, and being over $1, you just short it again. Well, if this ain't the one, hold up. This is not. No, that's the other one. Hold up, no. That's, man, what did I do with my video file? You got me looking for this stuff now. I literally changed my whole thought process. Like, I know I got these. What did I put them files? I'm one of them type of people. I'm like that. I'm like, now I gotta find it now. You got me want to find it. All right. I got Fed Day. I'm trying to look for the other one. I did them a while back. I think I might have moved. I think I moved them. I did move them. Fed Day was the last one that I did. So the other ones have to be either in nope. What I did with that? Give me 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, y'all can politic.
My main thing is I actually want to talk about the breakdown with the moving average and watching the MACD and watching the EMA and looking at when these points cross, how there's a price action that actually occurs each time.
You finally gonna give your full breakdown of that 1348?
You know it. I'm almost to the house right now. I'll break it down to y'all. But yeah, it's just basically looking at your resistance, your MACD, and looking at your moving average on the big screen, and watching the 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, and the 5 minute to actually like give you a reassurance. Because your 5 minute
scalping trick.
You say
Like
what?
basically you scalping. So you basically you scalping.
Yeah.
Okay.
All day. So like say for instance, we're going into the pre-market right now. Like say this was early morning tomorrow, we're going into the pre-market. Waking up over on our time, it's like 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, looking at what's the top gainers, what's volatile, seeing how many people is jumping in it per time, looking at the time frame as far as how many people are jumping in it within the next 5 minutes, 30 minutes, 10 minutes, stuff like that. Then dollar down averaging on the one you choose.
Okay. That's what's up. So no, I started playing with the 13 and 48, seeing how it flows and all that. I also kind of changed my also added 34 because I noticed that the 34 acts as a good support and resistance barrier.
Did you make the 34 on the EMA or on the MACD?
EMA.
Okay.
If I see that as a good support or resistance on.
Yeah, that's what I was showing earlier. I thought you went to your house. But yeah, that's why I was showing earlier that the every time it was on the 13, every time the SPY hit the 13, it actually went down for a new low. So the 13 was basically creating its own resistance, and it kept going down for a new low every time it hit it. So that's what I was shooting a picture in there where I was putting the arrows to every time it hit the 13, it was on that.
Go back and peek that shit. But the Shopify move, I don't know, it might be chasing a little bit. Try to get into the Shopify now. It depends. It's probably gonna drop down more than
All right.
so the market open, but
Yeah. So what you do is if you set your move, I actually put my MACD and my EMA on the same thing. But if you put your moving average on a 1348 with a 200, with your 200 moving average, then on your MACD you could put the 1340. What direction it's going. And then this way it gives you a opportunity to close or to open up for more stuff. So as you watch the MACD do its thing, when it crosses and you look up at the EMA, because it's already showing you what it's getting ready to do based on volume. When you look at the EMA, once that gets to where it crosses, it's a full-fledged jump. Now, how you measure how long the jump is going to be is when you look at your 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, and 5 minute to concur with the crossing. And that's how it actually works.
okay. So I got basically you have everything coincide. EMAs, your MACD, everything is all lined up on that 1348.
Yes.
So
And your
also
resistance, your RSI has to be in the mix too, because you're looking at the RSI. The RSI is basically giving you a direction on where your MACD is going to go. And then your MACD is giving you the heads up on what your MMA is going to, your EMA is going to do. And once your EMA starts crossing, then you have a long bridge of what it's actually finna do. You can actually see it like it's proofing you on if this is a accurate buy or sell.
I'm gonna try to paper trade that trade tomorrow.
Yeah, I wanted to do with Mo where we can do something live, like on a pre-market early morning, so I can show you guys how it actually works, like what I do in the mornings and then leading up to when the market opens. Because in reality, I use the pre-market to build up my extra cash for when the market opens and I can start doing my options.
I think I might have found. I'm like, why am I moved them files around? I was like really searching for that stuff too. But that's sad, bro. I know I can tell I'm one of them type of people where I don't stop till I get the information I need. I literally moved them an entire new area office with on my standalone hard drive, and that's why I was like, where did I move that stuff? All right, so I just went to the auction, basically the primary files. But anyway, which one was it over? Yeah, I'm lost. Which
Don't mess up the move.
That's what it was.
I'm not gonna forget it. I got people that be
season.
watching the video, and most of the people that I be around, they're more visual learners, and so they learn off the visual. Plus, it's like a little hype.
So it's in the. Let me see. Oh, yep. Let me see. Oh, so it'll play. It plays. Yeah, I need to be in StreamYard. I've thought about it. You could Zoom be on that old. But you gotta get a mix. Anyway, yeah, it's I have it. I had it. It was definitely let's see, where is that? X. What did I do with it? Okay. For the play. Oh yeah.
There you go.
Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I head tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Ain't where the money at. Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of you that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? I ain't surprised at all. See them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, but you mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. And I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret. And I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it. And I'm coming in how you better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I can make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you lock it up at the top. It's a better view in it. I'm not surprised at all. No way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. You see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, but you mess up the mood. Alright, I worked too hard for it. And I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
Got me digging in the trick bag over Sunday. Boy, I had to go pull them things out the trick bag. All of them. I was like, hey, where them files at? I ain't tripping. So I need to put them back on my main drive too. Hold up, where did I put them drawers? They're over. I gotta make sure I keep them in one location too, because I don't have a problem again. I sent them straight to YouTube. That's what it was. And the other files are sent to an external drive. But I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put them all in on YouTube because I got some other ones I'm working on. Clearly, right, with all this content we get from the feds. Boy, they got us loaded with new material, so to speak. So yeah, no problem. We're gonna do our own little compilation. Have a good little time doing that, and so this is the one. Yep, so that's another one I had. So yeah, we'll tinker around with them tomorrow. Go live on StreamYard. Yeah. Or they just doodling over here. Joker's like, yeah, bro, we gotta go to bed over here. You done? You done? Or you done yet? I said, are you finished or you done? Birdman style. Yeah, I was trying to find them little videos, boy. Y'all have you put me on a paper chase on that one, Sonny, boy. I was like, man, where my videos at? And literally sent them to the external drive. So yeah, I'm gonna put them in all in one location. So when I put them on to of course on YouTube, guys, y'all can download them too. Because I actually had the license for those songs. You know, you can buy the license. I bought the license for them, so that way, you know, I could post them, whatever, right?
Where do you find that song?
They you know, you can go on like they got like website where you can buy the license to some of these songs, like many artists, like this how the artists make a little money too, right? And that way, you know, you don't get the copyright strikes and all that kind of silliness, right? Obviously. But you can pay into a month subscription, come off a website, or you could just go to like plug in like on YouTube or Google. You know, like let me see real quick. Then I am stupid starving right now. Super hungry. Blah 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 blah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. What I was gonna say is, like, if anybody want to look at like the 1348, a good example is looking at today, and on Webull.
Oh, you going in and teach? I thought you were talking about the music. I'm about to get ready to close out over. So you ready to go in?
I was just saying this before because we was talking about this while you were doing that. I was gonna say a good way to look at it is replay on Webull. You can replay the stocks, replay the SPY from today, and actually watch the moving averages and stuff, and you can actually practice and see.
Good point. What's the name have it too? Trading View, and also of course Thinkorswim. So again, I got to start working from Thinkorswim a little bit more for you guys too as well, because some of you guys are familiar with it, but they also have that what they call like on demand. On demand is just that where you get a chance to see the stock, you know, replay in replay mode, right? Which that's how I learned. I came up in the game with, you know, with some really solid, you know, traders at that time, you know, years ago, because that was our, you know, replay. We used to go on demand on Thinkorswim, like literally like, you know, 2-3 a.m. in the morning. We just going over charts, like playing over every move in a very nitpicky fashion, figuring out what they look like for us, moving average, when they crossing, when the volume comes in, when it goes out, et cetera, right? Getting that kind of, you know, up close and personal experience. You know, with some of these, you know, these different scenarios, right? Which is great because again, it gives you better understanding, right? It gives you better understanding of how to see markets from, you know, when you do your recon, as one would say, and what you might have missed in real time for some odd reason, you'll get a chance to see it in real time on the playback, and you'll know how to pivot, right, going in the future. All right, so real quick, I'll do this real quick. I'm gonna way out. See this right here? This one of the sites here, epidemic sound, like during the pandemic. Like little sites like this popped up out of nowhere. So you can, you know, they got sound effects, entire videos, this stuff that you could post to your YouTube, you know, whatever, Facebook, don't have to worry about getting hit with that copyright. So they got the
yeah, I took a screenshot.
Yeah, the trial, and you can do, you know, just do the license. You basically just buy subscriptions to their license services. And you get you get access to those licenses, right? So you can put it on Twitch, you know, you could do short film, TikTok, all that stuff, right? It's basically for content creators. Like these little sites, they send a lot of content creators. They know how they hang out in these little sites, right? All right. So yeah, man. So it's a few of them that I get off of here as well. You know,
it's a one-time fee, right?
Yeah. Yep. You could do it on the commercial level. You could do it on the, you know, they got all kinds of stuff on here. I mean, it's a lot of stuff on here. I mean, they got some really good stuff on here too, right? They got some really, really good stuff too. So, you know.
Did it come with the video or you put that video together?
Oh, talking about the stuff I put out? No, all this stuff I did, that work. Myself, oh, that's me. That's all me. I did that in my own, like all my stuff, these stuff I got, all my little gifts and stuff, that's all me. I just get the background music and I added in it, added into it. But yeah, you could do it that way because they actually got it where you can even do like FX and also art value, like motion art. You can also buy the license for motion art. Some of that stuff they give away for free, but you could buy the motion art too and make your own compilation like that. Like if you don't have any kind of, Adobe Pro or Mac Pro or movie theater creator, if you don't do your own, they got templates where you can just use theirs, right? So that's also good too. So it's more than just, it's just being music, right? So see right here, you could do like, you see $9 a month, whatever, $19 a month. If you just really, busy like that, of course, right? And so they got a lot of little things like that you can do, to add. See right here, it's covered for what? YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, all that stuff like that. You can post it all over the place, and just start using some of that content, add your own videos. Of course, all that stuff is market related though. So all the stuff I got for all screenshots and gifts, that stuff I just, accumulated over time and I added to it, to kind of convey that message, what I'm doing. Like you said, it's like a financial commercial, right? In a lot of ways. All right. That's the whole point behind it. But the music though, I'm just saying, because if y'all ever want to do little stuff and not to worry about YouTube kind of kicking you in the teeth, right? About this old, privacy stuff and copyrights, they got free, a lot of free ones out there too. Just got to make sure you add that, or get that temporary license pass to be able to post it. All right. So anyway, but y'all, you see it. So yeah, this website here, matter of fact, I posted on the YouTube side and I posted in the group. It's just one. It's several of them out there though. It's several of them.
Yeah, I didn't want to take up everybody's time because I already know how it is. It's different time zone out here in California.
Oh no, you good. I'm on the way out the door. You ain't got to tell me twice. I know when my stomach get hungry. So when your stomach start touching your back, you know how to shut it down and go eat, right? But now we was all on the end anyway, like I say. So, but I like to do that though. Like if it's something on my mind at that moment, and I feel like it's worth it, or if it's something useful, like something like this, I know you guys might want to check it out. Whatever, no big deal. All right, it ain't gonna hurt me a few extra seconds here to post it.
Yeah, these are the only times I really had these kind of talks with people, other than like how brother Chris was talking about, where people just hit him up in the DM talking about Putin making the gas prices go up. Like them, the kind of conversation people be having over here instead of these conversations. So when we have these are, I'm always tapped in.
Yeah, you know how it is. Your tribe, again, interest level, like we talked about, it's about what your interests are. At the song when that biggest hit, what your interests are, who you be with, how the song go, how the lyrics go, what your interests are, right? So we know what our interests are. So very, very direct in that perspective. So yeah, no harm, no foul, bro. I get it. But yeah, so that's it. So, but I'm happy to service, the family. Of course, this is putting out our body of work. So at some point, our kids gonna come behind us and future people like, yeah, those guys right there, they added stuff, they added value to our existence. So that's what it's all about. Right? This is our community service, guys. Look, I'd rather have it no other way. Because I know I have a passion for this and I'm all in on it, so that's why I make it very clear. My interests are very direct. When you see me, I'm pretty much into you guys. It's no mistaking what y'all about at this point. All right. You got another life outside of this, granted, of course, but for the most part, I know what we're trying to do here is larger than ourselves, right? Because it's a selfless act of sacrifice in that regard, right? And so we're careful about that too, because we want to give people good information. We want to research properly. You want to give people good opportunities so they can have something to work with. So it's worthy, right? It's the definitely worthy scenario and worthy cause, right? So it's to be honored and respect. That's why I say I salute all y'all, because a lot of people ain't got time. Yeah, I know it is. When we go live, look, we get our little few people here and there, we be fine. 20 people watch us, 30 people, whatever. 17, we rocking, right? That's all it takes, right? We're not here. We're talking money. A lot of people are intimidated by the idea of that. I don't know why, but they are. But I get it. I understand it's a psychological disposition that comes along with us. not realizing the importance of why we need to be focusing on financial literacy as opposed to a lot of trivial things. And so if a person feel like they don't know what they feel like the next person knows, they feel slighted by it, right? As they say, you know, that's the one thing within our community right now, leave on that note, is that, you know, Black community has a problem with people who are within the ranks, who are somewhat in their mind intelligent or more intelligent than they are. That's a sign of, I don't know, inferiority maybe in their mind. And they actually kind of get reclusive about, being around people like that. Like nobody likes a smart Negro. Y'all heard that saying before? No one likes a smart Negro. Like that's the dumbest crap ever.
I hear it all the time.
Right. That's the dumbest line ever. Like, no, that person put in the work, they earned the right to be in a position where they can share good information that possibly can help your with, right? Your indigent aspect, right? Or not knowing, you being financially indigent or financial literacy, indigent in that perspective. They're there to help bring you up, so to speak. But, we have this curse in our own community where we just do a lot of backwards hustling. We don't get it yet. We're still operating like children. We don't understand the seriousness of the situation. So by proxy of that, we're losing, right? We're off code. And that's why you have people who go watch, people gossip all day about a whole lot of nothing. They get no benefit from it. And they get thousands of people that sit there, it's burn good time, and they get really nothing from it, but emotional, sweating and hollering and yelling and cursing. And you say, well, hey, let's go do something constructive, figure out how to get this bag. Oh, bro, I ain't got time. Right? I ain't got time. And that's fine. When they're ready, they'll come. Right. So I'm excited because I'm humble and I'm patient. And, I accept people at any walk. So it don't matter to me. For people hungry, I'm here. All right. But anyway, that's it, guys. I'm out. So enjoy the rest of y'all evening. We'll see the family tomorrow, man. Hope I get to go live tomorrow, hopefully, if things work out. And we'll continue on where we left off tonight, so to speak. Right. All right. Shout out to the fam. Peace, power, profit to everybody. Shem Hotep, as one would say, life, prosperity, and health. And, obviously, peace to the family as well. All right. See, it's just you over there eating. See, you rubbing it in. Mouth just working over there. I'm finna go hit it too. Don't worry about it. All right. Peace over Sonny. Peace over Sean. Over Dondre, brother Rich. Over Rich in the building. Everybody tuned in. Appreciate the brand there. Everybody in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Get some rest, guys. Go rest them big, beautiful brands y'all got. We got to go to work tomorrow. Right. All right, everybody. Peace, family. See you guys.